round.
I mean, what he did with that Guardian earlier in that first half,
That was
should be studied.
That was disgusting.
Sentinels here kind of enveloped by that high tide on 8. And no hurry to leave for now, but this Al drone is likely going to reveal at least Zekken. So they know the Omen is there. On B, tentatively Sen are starting to probe this part of the map, and Neff has to find a timing sort of to swing out, but sees nothing.
Bang has gotten in a great forward position. Neff will be falling back. The Billy are happy to be stacked up towards A. They want to push up right now, but what a timing on that 0 point.
That sees 2 players, so Sen actually going to back up on A. They are really working the map right now.
What is up, guys?
With Neff pulling away from B,
610.
Sen found a good time to rotate, but likely will be
Sen
snipped
are
out by
struggling,
Billy
to
Billy
be honest.
pretty darn quickly. They're going to make a 4-8 straight down mid. They'll get to B pretty quickly as a result. This Viper's wall, though, will be a factor and in play.
30 seconds left.
Sen are
looking to try
struggling
and get
like
up on
hell.
They're really trying to delay with these mollies, and in fact, if time gets low enough, they might want to use this Reckoning if they can stop the Wingman.
They didn't. Wingman gets the plant down, and John and Bang get to work.
There we go, भाई. हम lucky चाम हैं. हमारे आते ही round जीते.
Billy try and interrupt the plant midway through, swing that wall, but they've got no idea what's waiting for them on the other side.
Who's not able to perform on Sen's side, I guess.
Another 3K. I think that's his
I guess
third
performing,
of the
but
game so far.
Timing हो रहा होगा या फिर ऐसे ही कुछ.
Deny that half by deny any value for the Reckoning, which is ultimately just thrown out the window now. Pop flash through. I love how John's playing this KO. We talk about him being set up teammates as an icon, but also
Flash,
in this
flash.
KO role in a this you're one of the most
John Cutie big time.
players, him and Zekken, and there are going to be a lot of moments where you're going to want to take time and swinging through Viper
Big
walls.
time John Cutie, भाई.
You see just how these very heavy flashes for Sen, let them just play forward for that space in the post plant, get through their own Viper wall, take some of those engagements. Billy have to call a timeout here because Sen are they're doing the thing they've been doing, right? The whole only get 4 rounds on defense and then lay it on thick on the other side of the map. And this is Sentinels who lost this second half pistol, was still able to recover on that first gun round with 3 rifles in tow. And the economic situation in this half has been a far cry from what we saw in the first 12 rounds.
Great economic state. Ult's coming into this next pivotal buy round for Billy out of timeout. A difference between the two teams on the respective defensive halves is that because Billy got off to a hot start, they do have off money. That's something that they can bring into the fold heading forward. And they're going to do so. That's wisely picking it up. We'll see what they opt to do with this setup. Super common to just do something like, hey, get your jet offer to watch B main. Everybody else go stack towards that A side.
They don't have an Aldrone Sentinels to force that up, but Dizzy can have a similar effect. Wising is blast cannon here. So he probably has to be a little bit cognizant of that. Strong wind will blow him over.
Try and take this mid-cross.
Oh,
Okay.
We just said it!
bang, bhai.
Not the kind of caster curse I'm sure Wisey would have liked.
Traded.
No armor, very
Zekken is playing Omen, what the fuck?
That's a high value kill that Sen got. Zekken though is out of the game.
What the fuck is this comp?
I like that confidence.
No dual comp for the
swinging out to even things up.
2 initiator, 1 controller, 1 sentinel. 2 controller, 1 sentinel. What the fuck is this comp?
Just get out. K-Knight is hoping to just get a spam kill before retreating out of it. They will play this safe.
There are amidst this getting Neff in a backstab position, but he's spotted out by the turret and actually has to call a
Bach
cancel
gaya.
on that. Narrates in the side, here comes a Viper's pit now from Sentinels to short things up. K-Knight swings out, John, man, he's been solid.
Nice, John.
Finds his one. Rushi, though, has been very dangerous in situations not unlike this one. Delsus knew this was coming.
Big one.
The turret got broken about 10-15 seconds ago, and he knew Narrates. Okay. Gets in there and interrupts Rushia.
Big one, big
now
one.
Levius credited with that first kill of the round on Zekken.
That kill on Jet was
too much to expect from him. And Narrate steps up to clean
was
him
the
Off
triggering
not
point, I would
able
say.
to get an ounce of value. Bang just free spam through, gets that kill. And then Sen, very easy 1-2 hit with the ultimates.
आराम से जीत सकते हैं बे Sentinels है.
With the post plant, it's just that simple sometimes.
You don't mess with
Zelsus again with that awareness too to watch the flank. He is playing a great map.
Brother, comment it. आपको क्या लगता है कौन जीतेंगे?
Very smart more than anything.
Sentinels or BLG?
Now command on deck here for Sentinels. They're always the option for a fast hit behind that ultimate. It's going to be a Someone eco around here. Neff going for that Guardian. Early high tide here just to cover that A side of the map as Billy looked to hedge their bets through mid and B instead.
I'll tell you, Billy would love to be able to force some of these ultimates out on this round. So when they get to the next buy,
Wrong read from Billy.
advantage in terms of the ult economy with Kano
Wrong
being
read.
one away.
वैसे अगर ये लोग बैकस्टेप नहीं देखेंगे तो ओके नेवर माइंड एक ही बच्चा जा रहा है घूम के पूरा.
So the Owl drone does get deployed. K-Knight needs to get an idea of the movements of Sentinels, and they've got a bit of info here. Blade Storm's at the ready for
फ्लैंक नहीं लगाया अभी. Zelsis भाई ने फ्लैंक नहीं लगाया.
Okay, just one affected by that zero point. An income Sentinel trying to make this
There you go.
is taken down.
Zelsis, what the fuck are you doing?
Eviscerates him now as K-Knight tries to crouch and spray. It's no good.
What the fuck are you doing, Zelsis?
Not gonna do a whole lot. I mean, I like John using no command to turn those knives
Lep.
on. He's just hungry for more. Trade it out.
Still, Wisey is in that flanking position. Sen know there might be a little bit of a clock in the
Big
night.
one, big one.
But Narrate getting into the game now.
Narrate.
What a time to do it. Levius again, the last player standing. There's a lot to deal with. The turret claims him. Oh, you hate to see it.
Narrate का timing बहुत अच्छा था.
Stood up if I turn around or doing something after the turret kill.
ये लेकिन पीछे ट्रैप क्यों नहीं लगाया पता नहीं चला भाई.
At least, like I said, all right, they get one of the
Like
ults out. The null command is forced because they want to ensure that YZ can't do anything on the flank with the Blade Storm after he kills Bang. And frankly, that did end up mattering. He had the angle. One
Pure
of the
timing.
players probably would have gotten a kill with the Blade Storm, but only had the frenzy. Is that secondary? As expected.
Yeah, they get that soundbite in there. Make sure we don't miss that one. Early thrash off the rip here over towards the B side of the map. Billy quickly have to give that space up as K-Knight's looking for a Hunter's Fury to...
Okay. एक भी connect नहीं हुआ. ये round ults किसी के पास भी नहीं हो तो मैं Zekan के पास है कल. मेरे को लग रहा है कि वाइपर को एक किल मिलेगा वो वाइपर पिट मारेगा.
Thrashed out on defense. Zekan is, look at him, entrenched here in mid. Also, has his ultimate available. Where are we headed with that?
Sen taking their time on the flanks.
Oh, देखना पड़ेगा कहाँ.
Out thrash, clearing out everything. Front side doesn't get the ping on the YZ, but certainly no one should be able to convert on that. He's way too far back.
I think they're going to try and fight this anyway.
Waiting for it.
He's recovered.
Hey, bye.
On either side of each other. Zekan has got deep, but YZ has a chance to pop out here. Zelsis is not ready for it. There's a gap in the net. Zekan, though, himself is the cat amongst the pigeons. Tries to get away. The Reckoning deployed.
लग गए.
And BLG able to catch him out. Deny Sen the chance to even up the game and now get one step closer to claiming this.
BLG can
That was almost so clutch.
get back the first win.
Just didn't know exactly where he wanted to teleport. Waited one.
They can mark the first win. Now they got the Viper ult, and that should.
What he was able to get and then gets that reckoning.
Oh, nice kill पे. Mid पे क्या मारा उसने मस्त.
To make him win this very crucial 2 versus 1.
YZ was able to slip through.
Best from every region. Every region.
I think Zelsis is just not ready to see a Billy player come from there after Zekan already pushed into his own smoke like that. Awkward.
Does have the Viper's Pit. Does he want to just use this on B straight away? No, he doesn't. Expecting maybe there's going to be a Dizzy with a teleport up top from Zekan there. Wanted to post up on the angle.
Pretty patient from Neff. We saw Bang throw his down off rip in this context.
थोड़ा सा आगे मारना चाहिए था.
The Viper's Pit over on the B side.
Use it fairly late.
Spread तो perfect ही हुआ है, but
plant spot.
Also still
weird shape में
there's
spread होता है.
a reason to linger.
Why is he pushed up very close? You can see the rotation that has been called due to that from Billy. All of the players stacked towards B, even with the Viper's Pit down there. And they want nothing to do with it. You know, this comp that they have, it is lacking a tool to really effectively deal with.
वहाँ पे Viper ult मारा है उसने तो फिर okay. Esports है, esports पे कुछ कह नहीं सकते. Ult मारा है तो of course दूसरी side जाएंगे ना तो दूसरी side stack करना sense बनता था but.
And again he has no backup. He doesn't expose himself like some of his contemporaries did in this situation.
Rotation भी आ गया.
Paranoia comes in.
फर्स्ट किल जाएगा जैक के खाते में ओ लग गए ना
The spike is so far forward.
अरे
It is out in the open. Second has to help John retrieve, and they're going to come forward. Playing from Crow's Nest now.
अच्छा
Second in a 1 versus 3. Panroshi is too quick for it.
अच्छा तो मतलब इनका मेंटालिटी ऐसा था कि वहाँ पे स्टैक करते हैं अगर इन केस रश करते हैं ठीक है क्योंकि अटैक वाले भी सोचेंगे ना कि ये लोग यहाँ पे अल्ट किया है तो वहीं पे स्टैक किया होगा तो यहाँ पे पुश ना आ जाए तो दे वर प्लेइंग रिवर्स साइकोलॉजी अगर वहाँ पे अल्ट करते रश करते तो हो जाता परफेक्ट काउंटर और वहाँ से यहाँ पे कर रहे हैं रश तो थोड़ा सा टाइम हॉल्ट कर ही सकता है जेट क्योंकि इन्फो तो कुछ है नहीं जीरो इन्फो था इन पे कि कितने बंदे कहाँ पे so they wouldn't push perfect play 12-10 let's go at this point I want OT OT आना चाहिए
the way that they allowed for Billy to get back into that side
and scaling so close to screens with the spike was an element of the loss of that
OT आना चाहिए भाई
might have been narrate with that in hand. Maybe just a mix-up on where the Gecko was supposed to be in that situation. Made it virtually unrecoverable, especially with Billy flooding back in as they did. So last time out here.
Fuck. Lag हो रहा है. Twitch पे नहीं चलेगा क्या? Twitch देख लेते हैं. चल रहा है. Twitch पे आगे चलता है ना थोड़ा नहीं YouTube पे आगे चलता है.
That might be the only difference because Wolves almost ran it back, but they just couldn't at the very end. They didn't give themselves that.
इतना लैग करेगा तो Twitch पे ही जाना पड़ेगा भाई फिर.
A buffer.
All right, Toronto.
Really,
let's get loud for
this
round number
Omen
22.
ult's coming up,
Billy
but I don't
trying to close this out.
know how helpful that would be.
Trying to hang on.
Bro, shut up.
Got the full buy for both sides here. Even if Sen can get this one.
VCT Toronto लिखा तो आ नहीं रहा क्या भाई? What the fuck is this? Why aren't you showing me the official channel where it's being streamed? Streamers नहीं देखने मेरे को भाई पगलैट.
3 opportunities to close this game out. Take their map pick.
Fucking shit.
Dialed in our Sentinels. They know they've got a hill to climb. Does he catch his way?
Fucking shit बे दिखा क्यों नहीं रहे ये लोग?
See, but he's hanging
Fan
on the rope for the time. What am I watching? He still crosses the sheer audacity from this guy eventually.
Why aren't they showing me the actual channel जिस पे चल रहा है जिस पे stream हो रहा है?
Russia wants to go for more as well, just trying to take a little jiggle peek, catch someone before his exit.
Holy shit, हद हो गए. Fuck it.
No respect for Billy here.
We're happy on defense right now to just maintain those stacked up. Just maintain those stacked up positions towards A, play B for retake. It's just the alarm bot over there from Levius to get the information if Sen are going to push up. He also ran out just hearing the footsteps. Everyone's here. 0 point clears back B. It's going to be a flash for second to get back yellow.
K9 does have that recon dart available, so
does K9 just have the 6th sense right now?
he's hanging around, doesn't
Zelsis, please check this con. Nice.
What a win for Zelsis. Now it's a step forward for Sentinels, but much more to be done. Look at this rotate getting pulled over.
It's convinced them that they have to go back to this A site center fully cut.
Hit it भाई. ये गांडू कैसा पोजीशन लेके बैठा था भाई किल निकालने के बाद एटलीस्ट सेफ लेके बैठ.
He single-handedly opens this opportunity for Sen to get an uncontested B-side plant. Trades his life out. He's done his job for now.
John has a strong amount of utility to play with here as well. Actually has both flashes. They didn't need to use it to take back yellow earlier. He's got the molly for delay. Second is a paranoia. Going to be tough for Billy to get back in. They do have a cove maybe to get a safe defuse. They're hoping to use it there. Yep, it's going to be activated.
गलत मारा ना paranoia पागले.
Narrate tucked in the corner. He knows he's going to be overwhelmed, and Wise he wants to push up into the rest of the defenders.
लग गए.
Comes down, and so does the curtain on this first map for Sentinels. The dragon stirs, and Billy are eyeing off that playoff spot.
Holy shit, 1-2.
It looked like Sen were on pace for another comeback in the first map, just like what they did to Wolves yesterday. Well, Billy winning that pistol round on the second half, closing things out, making adaptations at the end, and finish it off with a great retake and an all-star. The 6th sense. will be going down.
Win for Zelda.
यहाँ पे ये देखो किल लेने के बाद कहाँ खड़ा है, पूरा एक्सपोज होके, या तो एकदम राइट पे चला जा या फिर एकदम लेफ्ट आ जा। तो ये गलती सेल्सियस भाई की किल निकालने के बाद। दूसरा इसको फ्लैश मारना ही था तो बहुत जल्दी मार देना चाहिए था। गैको या फिर 3 फ्लैशेज है, हाउ कैन दे फक दिस अप? पहले फ्लैशेज मार दो, ये इसने पीक ही गलत किया। पैरानोया मार के ऐसे पिक कर दी। जस्ट शेयरिंग माय ओपिनियन, ऐसा मत समझना भाई कि बहुत प्रो वो बन गए। ऑफ कोर्स दे आर वर्ल्ड चैंपियंस, सो टन 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 वी लॉस्ट दिस वन भाई। ऐसे ही कुत्ता भाई निकम्मा बेंजूदू, एक फाइट नहीं जीत पाया ये, पीछे से ही किल निकला इसके साथ। वेल व्हाटएवर, let's play some DMs until the next one starts.
Match found.
Here we go.
Death match. Warm up.
By the way guys, comment it. आपको क्या लगता है आज का ओवरऑल विन कौन लेके जाएगा, सेन और BLG? अगर BLG लेके जाता है तो इट वुड बी अ ह्यूज सेटबैक फॉर सेन। Nezuko. Fuck.
Just swapping in new fusion cells. Okay, my arms are good. We can go.
Fight.
Hit them fast, hit them hard. Dead.
रुक जा भाई, पूरा लेफ्ट राइट गरबा खेल रहा है पागल। ओ हो मर गया। थर्ड पार्ट
Sova's dead.
fuck me. फक मी यार, क्या मूवमेंट करते हैं।
No match.
खड़े रह जाएंगे एकदम।
Too late.
अबे गन निकाली नहीं है, उससे पहले कैसे मार दिया?
Free out.
on, motherfuckers. Shitty ass.
Dusted.
Why the fuck are you keep spawning me on the fucking spawn? Oh, shit.
Dominating.
Worthless.
What are you doing, camper?
Retired. Amateur.
ऐसे भूत की तरह आते हैं ना, प्रकट होता है.
Too late.
10 kills remaining.
Sova's dead.
Remaining.
Got you.
ये करके खड़े रह जाते भाई नोट्स.
Dominating. One kill remaining.
Fucking crouches. हुआ क्या चालू?
Good take.
Oh yeah, let's
Next
go.
one, I'll take it all.
Let's go, let's go.
Sassy. Am I wrong?
They played at off-season tournaments when they had the new
We're
roster.
not counting Sen City
What's
Classic.
the second map?
Hey,
What's
that's a
the
real
second
tourney.
map? What is the second map, guys?
Turning up. From there, it's also easy for the rest of the set
Come on,
players to
come on,
pull
come on.
back in immediately.
Sunset, let's go. Let's go, Sunset. Is that Zakin's family?
Sorry, I had it flipped. It was fade for John and
Okay.
narrate on the bridge.
Yeah. Okay.
Guys, comment it. I asked you, who do you want to win? Whose side are you taking on?
Mel, did you feel
Who
like
are
there
you
was something
cheering?
that Sunset Sen could potentially abuse here?
I think so. I think Sen can really take them off guard because one, we have no idea what their Sunset looks like. There's no footage. We don't even know what comp they're running. So I think there's an ample opportunity here for Sentinels to bring back this series and push us to a map 3 with the element of surprise.
Yeah, I am interested because John played the KO on the last map, but I know that back when Sentinels were sort of driving the meta at the start of last year on Sunset, they were a big KO team. They did pivot away from that eventually, but I'm wondering if there's an element of like comfort there with like the old
क्या
playbooks
मस्त बनाया
that
ना
John
इन
was
लोगों ने
coming
पूरा
up
का
with
पूरा.
and a lot of those KO lineup ideas.
Yeah, and as we take a look at the live agent select, there's been a couple of
पूरा arena इतना अच्छा है.
here, And yeah, there will be a cipher, but Mel not for
ये
Dom.
ये लोग कौन सी कंपनी के माउस पैड यूज करते हैं बे? एक आर्टिजन करके मैंने सुना आर्टिजन
I really like having Zekin on Neon.
I
I feel like
think
it's
that's
such a
not available
staple
in India.
agent for him. He's hit so many iconic clips on the agent, and I think Sentinels is really good at building up behind him and helping him get those entries.
Yeah, I think it'll be a really nice change of pace for him.
अरे राइट नाउ हमने ऑर्डर किया है
Gameplay.
मतलब हम यूज कर रहे हैं जो करंट है ना वो है क्रियो का नारुतो के साथ जो
Well, this is
एडिशन
Sen's
निकाला है उन
pick,
लोगों ने
Uber and
वो वाला
Wyatt.
यूज कर रहे
Let's
हैं
see why they decided
मस्त है
to
भाई
debut their sunset here.
Too little, too late.
It's
Those are the words
big
from
enough.
Kaplan in that halftime interview. We see what he's saying. Sentinels again, a slow start in the first map of their series today. Not unlike against Wolves, and they can't actually assert themselves enough on Icebox. Here, we get a map pick of their Sunset. They bared this map first against Wolves in their previous
Sunset,
game.
let's go.
And what's there?
Who's
Yeah, I
inviting
found
me?
that to be bizarre. This was, as the Desper mentioned, their
Bro.
map last year, finishing with a 74% win record, all-time 17-6, and they banned it first. I was pretty shocked by that. Maybe they just wanted to leave it for a later series, perhaps, and keep it in the tuck and go up against a Billy Gaming who they were able to watch. This is where they beat Liquid the other day to get into this position in this match. SEN going to be relying on the information that they were able to glean from that affair.
The last time Billy made a global playoffs, it was to beat a North American team to do so. It was quite some time ago, though.
My eyes are down.
That's what waits on the other side of this map for your attack side team, folks. And they're already headed over to A. SEN not really in attendance.
And that roster, that was still YZ, K-Knight. They know what it takes to get to that position in the bracket to make it to those playoffs. Neff catches
लग गए हे 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 हे
the distraction.
क्या निकाला है इन लोगों ने राउंडी को
He was waiting for that. He knew, of course, there'd be contact taken by his top mid teammates.
Even a tink onto Celsius, 13 HP.
गजब निकाल
Backbone doubling up with John, who has a full kit, but no players to actually.
वो पीछे से बजा देगा नियॉन इनकी
Shocked up. That's dangerous. Definitely threatening to someone like
जॉन
Celsius.
किटी तो गया
Gonna swing out there, taken down. K-Knight is quite low as his Levius. We're in a post plant though, so SEN just have to throw themselves at this, and YZ will wait for them. Relay bolt to pave the way, and he slides. Easy as you like. Forget about buying a Valve. Can SEN buy a pistol?
It's simple, but I just love what BLG are able to do there. Neff getting all of that space, the walk down, and flanking into tiles. And that's the thing that takes that fight. Being caught with the util out.
स्ट्रेच रेजो पे खेलना अलाउड है क्या VCT पे
That is so well played. So simple. It's so well done.
And again, gets Billy off to a hot start here on Sunset. Already saw this against Team Liquid. It went close. 13-10 result for them.
Is it allowed?
We may not see Lotus if they keep this up. Already over towards B. Checking for trap wires. None are present. There's going to be a counter push here coming out of Market.
Spike planted.
Nice nice
Ryzear though, ready to receive him. Zekin just cut down before he can really
ये
land
फैंटम बहुत
any
अच्छी
sort
यार
of
I
damage.
don't want to get it but I
Gonna push this, says, well, let's see what's on
invested
the other
quite
side
a lot
tomorrow.
so I wouldn't be doing it buying it
K-Knight will see John, he'll be low. Easy as you like. Pretty cheap, straightforward bonus. Ryzear even had a proper rifle in this round.
This is continuing.
इन
the
लोगों ने
theme
buy किया
of
था क्या
Billy Gaming winning all the positions.
सुनती नल्स ने buy किया था क्या
Anti-egos.
क्या मारा है बे उसको स्लाइड करके आया तो
Running at them. But despite that, they're not giving guns away. They're not suffering
बहुत गंदा मारा बे उसको
whatsoever.
जैकन के ऊपर क्या फ्लिक मारा जैकन
As we saw on Icebox, just able to consistently buy.
उसके कीबोर्ड पे मस्त कुछ छोटा सा बना हुआ था
Another slow start for Sentinels. Definitely don't want to let this one fall by the wayside though. On Icebox they gave up the bonus and it really came back to hurt them. Why is he forced off that line though? Fault line, paranoid came out from Eden.
Look at this fast pivot though for Billy. They are right into mid. And all of a sudden, there's so much pressure on Celsius. Oh, but Ryzear
Nice.
caught on the tail.
Holy shit, nice. John ace bhai, ace.
And so the round
Is it?
ends as quickly as it began. Billy commit heavy to
Zack and
market,
bhai-
stopped in their tracks.
Tron has been on one today. So many multi-kills. A bunch of 3Ks on Icebox. adjustment onto the side.
Holy shit.
YZ.
सारे headshots. Ace आ जाता बे उसका यार. Zells.
That's why he's credited with 4 assists already. So, proper buy now for Billy. Realize perhaps a slower approach might be necessary. Not unlike the one we saw on Icebox, where they pinged across the map a bit. May just have to bring the tempo down a notch.
They have slowed things down. Deathadder, dark cover on the right side.
वापस चिपका.
Levius has taken B-main away from Zekin, who was happy to face.
He's looking for more. All of BLG are going to be here. Does Zekin have a way of getting out scot-free? He wants to hang around, lingers for one, relay bolt. He wants more, but Rushia's got the other side covered. He's for. And there's John, up to 8 kills for those keeping track. And Rushia, cowering in the smoke. Spike.
Let's go.
He's tucked on the corner now, at least in the position to punish John, so he does. Narrate, though, will put him to bed.
हाँ, ये हुई ना कुछ बात. Now we are talking. Now we're talking.
It's all about the second. The utility he was using in main was perfect.
Big one, second, big one.
Beyond play. Almost looked like he was going to get caught on that right
John
side.
QT बे क्या मार रहा है?
But he's able to slide out of the
You guys
way,
wanna join me, or?
fast lane to
Oh, I'm
get
up there.
out.
Don't worry,
That
I'm on the board.
was beautiful. That was smooth from Zekin.
John with license to chirp at his teammates, having amassed a massive 8 kill total so far, and a rolling thunder built up pretty quickly. Love to see those kills funneled into the initiators early. Billy, though, do have Neff ready with an null command. And second, Celsius is playing in the side here.
They use these multiple reconnaissance initiator utility pieces to get really close to B-main. Second, 2 shots to free and
अबे
easy
POV बताओ ना
kills.
क्या बताते हो utils का पागल
Wants a
caster.
bit of the action too.
Caster नहीं
Nobody's
but
come
ये
knocking.
जो भी manage करता
They
है.
heard the good word of their Lord and Savior, the
Easy
Seep
to
bundle
kills.
instead.
Easy to kills.
Back away, still no action.
Okay.
This is Billy knocked down to pretty anemic kind of buy.
एक के पास bulldog है, I mean, but
Looping up for this foray on A, their last gambit here for this round number 5. TP onto the box in the cover of the smoke, but drops off that instantly. And as expected, the spam does come in his direction.
Sentinels, they already have made the pivot here. Just a nice double face to deny anyone from Billy coming through elbow. And in the perfect position for that double face. Make it a high-low play on the box.
could it?
Link was smoked up and banged out. Of course, can play from here is Omen. Narrate might want to prowler out here. Rushia was right in the way.
How are they even? Okay.
Still no plant yet. Knight had to get off of it because
Plant
of the
deny
threat
के
seized
मार
coming
दो
in.
ना भाई. Plant क्यों होने दे रहे हो?
Finally, though, they do stick it. Oh, not sorry. Knight got off the last second again. Okay, we have a plant. Second thinking about it, but that's awkward as the curtain drops. Celsius had his 6. Backing him up as Rushia and Knight caught out in the open. Maybe is now at risk of being turned into Swiss cheese. Realizes he may as well wait to this ball to see what can be extracted.
Nice.
The answer is absolutely sown. Nothing. Flawless round for Sentinels here, round number 5. Tied up nicely. And that bank's starting to build.
That's 2 fully flawless round wins now for Sen. That's got their economy out of control. Second, getting the key up.
Nice flicks.
Even there, the silly movement into the fault line so Celsius can get the freest kills. This is going to demand an early
ये लड़की
timeout
कल
call
भी आई
from
थी
Coach
Zelsis को
Bale
support
of
करने.
BLG.
Is she a relative of
So I guess it begs
Zelsis
the
or
question, what are we
rather a
seeing so
fiance
far
of
from
Zelsis?
Billy? Well, mostly they've tried their luck at B main and have run headlong into Zekin every single time. Their pistol round strats are really nice. They're elegant. We start to see them
और
lose
दूसरी
their
चीज समझ नहीं
expo
आती जो भी
in the
कोचेस रहते हैं
round that follow.
ये मतलब एल्डर क्यों होते हैं ज़्यादा एल्डरली
Two
लगता
flawless
है.
rounds back to back means they're
Shouldn't
inoculated against the
the coaches
volatility of
should be
going up
young,
against Chinese
right?
teams in the next few
Those who
rounds.
have like experience
Big
of
banks,
playing on
rolling thunder,
big
overdrive
stage
there for
and
Billy might want to create something
have
around
won
his Hunter's Fury
World Cups.
and his null command. They've got both of their initiator ultimates at the ready.
Yeah, this round 6 is going to be
ये जैसे इसका ये सेंटिनल का कैप्लिन है, ये है कोच,
Investing
बट
everything. Initiator ultimates to play with.
पता
This
नहीं,
is
I
where
mean.
the game can get out of control for them if SEN are able to take this and they waste their ultimates and put them on bad money. These fast pivots from BLG, rather the one they attempted was fully shut down by John when they were trying to get
इतने
into
बड़े
target,
screens
just
लगा
really
रखे हैं
getting
भाई।
information across the map. They run into that cipher setup. They're absolutely denied. And as you said, these B main fights have been played well by SEN so far. And yet specifically, it is Zekin who is just dominating that area of the map. But he's allowing the aggression come to him, which is sort of juxtaposition to the way he was playing B main on Split versus Wolves, where he was playing equally as aggressive, but now he's just absorbing that. All right, well, that's a nice way to start the round for YZ. You think Coach Bale told him to do that in the timeout? Was that the strat call?
Was it that specific, I wonder? I'm not so sure, but that double stack top mid for SEN is punished. And they've lost their fade util, so they really lack the mechanism with which to get this mid-round info and to set up their re-clears. Now flying blind to some degree, whereas Billy, of course, have their Sova setting up to clear their way into elbow.
इसने कहा, oh, nice,
Deep recon.
nice recon.
Cut off, or rather get the information for that really obnoxious close right angle. So as far as SEN know, Billy could be postured all the way up towards A right now. Second, and Seps is able to collect 2 in this mid-fight.
That's really taken off the pressure after things went a little bit awry early, but Levius has gotten deep here. Trapwire cleared, camera also out of the picture. He realizes there might be multiple guns waiting for him in Boba, and here comes the Rolling Thunder. SEN, watch the sight right behind him. Seconds there
nice
with
one.
the overdrive 2 and a neural theft.
अभी बस वहाँ नियॉन को मल्टीपल किल्स ना दे बैक। ओके नाइस हेल्ट भी है।
Maybe hoping to get a bit more with that Rolling Thunder if Billy had already gone into the site, but they'll be content with just isolating another kill to extend the man advantage of this round. They certainly should expect that YZ could be postured in spawn right now. Utility in hand.
Slip past YZ, he just wasn't ready for that. Rushia had no advance notice whatsoever.
Nice.
Fast lane thrown up here, paranoia in effect, and YZ's going to wrap around, try and play from alley. Hit with a fault line.
लग गए रुशिया भाई आपके।
He's coming from no matter what, and Bang will simply try and defuse. John QT brought to heal, but YZ couldn't do much more. Zekin says, hey, Gabagool, welcome to Jersey, baby.
Listen up.
Takes another gun out of the game for BLG.
YZ just going for the madman maneuvers at the end. This was a 5v4. This was a free kill from him at the top of the round. Removing that information gate in mid-round from SEN. The decision is to just post up in mid, try and catch Billy on.
ये बैंक का बहुत अच्छा टाइमिंग था। अगर फ्लैश इसने दे दिया होता, पिक नहीं किया होता, तो ये 2 पिक्स तो आराम से जा रहे थे। And there was a possibility that BLG wins that round. What the fuck?
Bang not in position. And here comes that null command now. SEN starting to scramble on the side. YZ will run them down. Narrate can barely tuck behind boxes, and YZ comes calling. Makes short work of it.
क्या अल्ट मारा है भाई? क्या execute?
You know he's gonna go for more. He is not slowing down.
I mean, why not? Why not? SEN here hopes to maybe play into this double up, but Rushia there is watching. Sat behind YZ, giving him a safety net. And of all the players to do this to, Zelsa's here. They're not looking his jovial self right now. SEN
Perfect round पे।
still working on that map
वो
deficit.
अकेले बंदे ने पूरा का पूरा साइड क्लियर कर दिया।
Slink away. No smart words.
I mean,
no
utils
backtalk,
आई
no
थी।
sass. It's about
No
getting out with
questions
this
on
gun
that,
intact.
but
That's the first time we've seen BLG just
John
go for
QT
ace
गलत
line,
मरा वहाँ
just
पे
play
भाई।
with that
इस पे मैं
neon
मार
speed.
देता हूँ।
Overdrive is maxed out in terms of value for YZ. They've been going for a lot of mid-round pivots, which just have yet to work for them. So let's take it
First
back
kill
to
भी
basics.
काफी
And this is likely
nasty
what they
था।
called that timeout
Bang
for
के ऊपर।
BLG. Fast hit, A site behind the null command, get YZ in a position to succeed. Deny the stalling util. Obviously, turn off any of that sent util. Work is there. Oh man, what is that? Is it a stutter step?
Yeah, he was the slide, but just hits the wall right next to him. It's very awkward for Bang to have to deal with that.
Someone like Narrate can't seize there. Obviously, he's suppressed. So all he can do is try and back away and hope to allow a teammate to play off of him from Link, but that was never going to happen.
A lot of pings from Billy over towards the A side, and it looks like they're going to have that flash to get into elbow. again just accelerate, teleport, and the speed from the Neon to take this space with some haste.
This time, Sentinels respect it. They've got the kind of comp that can make these retakes work with the breach.
Come on, what the fuck? Nice.
Players caught with slappers only.
With that push
दोनों का knife out.
BLG, they're going to feel like they need to get into this A site right now, so they accelerate the pace and they want to flip the site. They want to play towards spawn. It looks like they're at least
Spike planted.
maybe YZ does.
They know he's there. Center pinging this alley area heavily. They're trying to overwhelm him. Ryzear on the side, sees thrown out. Here's YZ, and there he goes.
Nice.
Oh, just too many players.
गलत spotting किया ना.
Really needed to overload him player-wise to win that out. Here comes
Kill.
the Scurry though from
Nice
Elbow.
one. Nice trades.
He's got to be under some pressure. Napier sat on the other side of the dark cover. Will spam if he needs to, but does he know when the rate is? There's the spray. Gets it to half. That ought to be enough. Shock dart comes in. Too little, too late. K-Knight unable to avert the round win.
Round.
The idea from BLG to get that pop flash from Neff so there could be a swing it towards spawn from YZ. Hoping there would be maybe a couple players, but there were all 5 of them. So sadly, he was cooked. Celsius was just ready to dodge that, play a bit of anti on the flash.
One enemy remaining.
But there it's just overwhelming.
Flash हो रखा था फिर भी काफी
Sending
अच्छा मार
to
रहा
get
है.
that side for free, able to pressure the spike. No one from BLG playing any entrenched positions aside from Rushu's caught. They do the catch though to keep on playing. They get the spike down, keep it rolling. More
Flash नहीं
attempts.
stun हो रखा था बंदा.
A slower stance over all day, and it teases bang out right into the line of fire.
Dink as well.
Phantom क्या Phantom के यही एक दिक्कत है वो.
Narrate here doesn't want to overextend. It's just him. Trapwire here at link can be played off of if those reinforcements get there, but this is a perfect use case for this neural theft.
Just the information as far as Nere being the lone man on site at the moment. Why is that connect the relay bolt? But he's going to get it out the way.
Does he know John's there as well? There's actually 2 players in the set.
Bye.
Zelsis though on the side, large and in charge.
बच कैसे गया? Narrate कैसे बच गया?
Down, but Narrate's still alive. They're over towards the alley side, but Ryzear did
Narrate,
go in the round. 10
narrate.
still able to cause some problems, making waves, and it's on the Vibes Merchant himself. Celsius knows 3 players are looking for him. Levius will be the one credited with the elim. Tight game after 9 rounds. Sen with a slim lead.
That is BLG just continuing to always push. That was a great molly thrown by Neff that YZ capitalized.
They're able to follow up them.
They're forced out into the open. Celsius gets the trade, but then look at this.
Nice.
Ryzear pushing up into that A-link. They have a flank coming from top mid, so even if he goes down, given his low HP, should be an instant trade. It's proactivity across the board.
Coach is also
That
hyping
keeps
up.
the money train for BLG going. Costly round for them, but they're still able to keep this money pressure on. Now, a bit of a variation. Looking towards mid, YZ's already started to slink his way up, and wait a minute. Testing market very early. Relay bolt forces Zekin out into the open. There's a hit coming from B-Main at the same time. Zekin caught in the open.
Caught on the jump up, he had to
लग
retreat. He was stunned
गए,
off.
वापस से
Teleporting
लग
now
गए.
from Ryzear deep into the site.
Delsus now not quite aware of what's waiting for him on the other side of this dark cover. Has to pick his spot to perfection. Pings his own location. Neff though finds him. Can't see a damn thing, but still knows how to hit that M1 for the boys. And there's a triple swing. Sen have the players lined up. Neff and K-Knight fall by the wayside, and Narrate's gotten into Boba.
What awareness.
That's why he's out of the picture. Now becomes a bit more uncomfortable. BLG
निकाल सकते हैं, निकाल सकते हैं. इसका रीड करो.
around. Does he have the look on Narrate? So aware Narrate was
There
not
on.
ready for that. Bang. Percent on both sides. Tries to break half of the pincer, but doesn't know where to look.
Oh, that post plant is just so well played from BLG. They are everywhere in the walls. Narrate was fortunate to
वो
have that
KO से
intuitive
बहुत
internal
गंदा
timing
मर
to
गए
pick
वहाँ
up
पे.
the one flank that was coming from
पहले
YZ.
पिक कर लेता ना भाई. सेल्सियस खड़ा था कब से तू.
Earlier in the round, that great stun forces Zekin to attempt to retreat. Then you have Neff picking up 3. Hits another great molly, by the way, that forces John into the open. Utility looking excellent in at the moment. IGL ulti performing. Billy have been able to tie things up. If they win this round here, the final of the half will be a tragic bye for Sentinels.
But this defense side for Sen has descended into an absolute bar fight. Another null command up for Neff. That was a big part of their fast A hit we saw a few rounds ago where Whitey had the overdrive as well. They are set up for something that looks reminiscent.
ये जीतना पड़ेगा सेंटिनल को, नहीं तो दिक्कत हो
This time Bang doesn't want
जाएगी.
any early action.
He wants to teleport away. He's been having a tough time with those early fights that Billy have been happy to take.
Nice
face
one.
down mid K-Knight.
Finally it worked. वे डबल स्टैक वहाँ पे कब से ट्राई कर रहे थे, मतलब 2-3 बार ट्राई किया.
Whitey spammed that area in the previous round and got a kill. Sen still trusting in that setup with the two initiators at the top of the map.
Drop the spike. Smoke thrown over towards elbow. That's from Bang. So Wisely does feel a little uncomfortable pressing up. Look at this positioning. Double flash.
खुद ही flash
doesn't actually
हो गए
catch
भैया.
anyone. Sen are happy to just play off site right now.
This insert for Zelsus in mid. Pretty sure he hears Levis there.
अरे टाइमिंग यार, टाइमिंग. निकाल ले पिक करेगा पगले.
Levis just doubles back and knew Zelsus was there, deals with him.
I love this in all command. I mean, Sen are obviously going to play this for full.
मेरे को वो बहुत गंदी फीलिंग आ रही है, लग रहा है ये BLG लेके जाएगा.
So much delay. It's going to reduce the clock by such a
BLG
significant
ऐसे
extent. Here comes
यूटिल्स नहीं है उन पे, निकल सकता है.
Gets into the side immediately. Across the snap with the stingers able to fight him up close, but Wisey looking for the neon. Gets out on the side. It's two with the stinger for second. Now BLG down to just Levius. And he can't see this tap on the spike. Flash there for John to set up a third kill.
Round.
Wait the null command out and have that retake util with Zekin getting in there.
That's heck of a round.
Serious quickness at the end there. All of the utility had to be picture perfect. And they needed to swing together fast. They were able to do all of that with the clock reduced so significantly.
That kill is massive. Overdrive also earned now for Zekin. John has been delightful this game. 12 and 7 for the breach. He's got his rolling thunder again.
It was such an important round for Sentinels to pick up. Their economy would have been in a dire state for this final one.
Early action today. This time, Bang's been a little bit more careful about those early peaks. Does get some info. Then pulls off. No double stack top mid this round for Sen because John is helping it A early.
Nice.
On a rare round where Zekin gets incredibly active in B main. He was playing that much more passively earlier. Mixes it up.
They know this is coming, White. They know they can rotate early through alley.
And again, this is Sen. They can play this for retake if they want. Bang is actually trying to swing, but it's denied by the relay pull. He is inserted deep in the site, but this rolling
क्या आएगा बे, ult क्या आएगा?
To assist him.
Okay, TP out of that awkward spot for Rushia now. He's able to play that link side. Give another option for Billy. John is biding his time. He's got just the answer for this. Billy, maladroitly touching down. Bang got dealt with. Rushia's in a bit of a nasty spot, but Celsius just clears him out. Wisey slides back into action now. And there's some presence here from Ali. John's going to get pressured. Flash himself on the angle. Wisey tries to turn it. No swing just yet. Takes two, tries it again. This time.
Boy.
A 7-round defense.
7-5. Let's go. अभी इको जीत जाना चाहिए बस.
To seal their path to the playoffs here and now.
BLG make a go at it later in
बस
that
इको निकाल दो.
dominating it. John QT is putting on a show at the moment.
Both teams leaving all out there. Both teams looking for that ticket to playoffs. Stick around. More from Sunset still to come.
One enemy remaining.
You might have heard I'm going through a little upgrade with my tats. So when Verizon announced that everyone gets a free phone on any plan,
Come on, advertise. Valorant किया. होली शिट, क्या ही मारा है भाई राउंड. अबे इसको इतनी सारी वॉचिंग आती है क्या टेरिक को? 59K फक प्रो. 59K क्या होता है? 60,000 लोग देख रहे हैं उसको भाई. 60,000 बंदे देख रहे हैं. ब्राउज में जाओ, वैलोरेंट को अगर चेक करेंगे तो वैलोरेंट, ओ भाई 290 के व्यूअर्स. इतने तो हमारे प्लेयर काउंट नहीं हो गए इंडिया में, मुंबई सर्वर में. मुश्किल से 50 के भी मेरे को तो मुश्किल लगता है कि 50,000 प्लेयर्स भी होंगे मुंबई के सर्वर में एक्टिव 290 के व्यूअर्स, इनसेन। ओवरऑल गेमिंग की वॉचिंग की देखो ना कितनी ज़्यादा आ रही। इस वैलोरेंट की 290 के आ रही है। जस्ट चैटिंग, व्हाट द फक इज दिस? जस्ट चैटिंग करके कुछ है उसमें 536 के। काउंटर स्ट्राइक में कुछ नहीं है। फिर मतलब अभी कुछ चल तो रहा होगा वैसे कुछ ना कुछ। वॉच पार्टी है तो इसमें भी अच्छा खासा वैलोरेंट से ज़्यादा काउंटर स्ट्राइक में आ रहा है अभी। लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स में है तो ये 3 पॉपुलर टाइटल्स है, इसमें भी आ रहा है भाई अच्छा खासा वॉचिंग सबको। सेक्सी, एपेक्स लेजेंड, मार्वल राइवल्स, माइनक्राफ्ट। फक डाइवर्सिफाइड है काफ़ी बाहर फॉरेन कंट्रीज़ में गेमिंग। हमारे यहाँ पे 1-2 गेम ही हैं जो चलते हैं, एक BGMI एक ये। BGMI में होंगे भाई 500-600 के जैसे क्या बोलते हैं प्लेयर्स। वैलोमेट्स नॉट।
The mood definitely a bit less playful out there for Sen City, a bit more serious. Less of the getting out of the chair, more of the grind, nose to the grindstone gameplay. Sentinel's going to be on the attack side here as we head into a pistol that has eluded them so far over the course of this series.
Seeing second with an armor and a frenzy, making him the raid boss. That is going to tell the story for the intentions that he has in this round, which is to go really fast, throw a recon bolt at someone, and just hold down mouse 1.
Little jiggles there from Rygear, sees enough. Already, the cavalry are on their way, but look at the spike location. Take note of that. Bang is grouped up here with John, maybe even flash off this to catch a player.
निकाल लो इसको, निकाल लो,
YZ play and yeah,
निकाल लो भाई।
he's backed around the corner. Then don't get the kill off this. That is the cyber cage popped.
Pivot away back towards mid. Just under a minute now on the clock.
Oh, K9 saw something there. Late re-explore, switches to the ghost, gets some good damage. Zekam was the one with the armor.
Wait, the shock dart.
Oh my god! Down to 13.
बचा।
Dangerous now. Billy, you're not going to let Sen mill around mid. They're going to dig them out if they just linger. And they have.
इको गया लग रहा है।
Nice. But he does even things up, not without taking a lot of damage. Shock dart could be lethal this time. No. Goes wide.
Zekin and Zelsis both low. It's still in the game.
Nice paranoia. Bang has been hitting good flashes.
Also disrupting BLG as they try and set up from Link. They're going to push the site now. Through the smoke. Bang tucked in the corner.
Holy shit.
Everybody comes to him, served up on the silver platter.
Bang bro, bang.
Bang and boom, Sen get themselves a pistol.
First one in.
Tens को replace किया है लेकिन he's living up to the expectation. I would say he's even better than Tens. To be honest, I mean nothing wrong with Tens. Tens is Tens. He's the OG himself, but Bang is something else.
The right clicks tap down at the end on that. That is lovely control.
Cathartic for Bang. He's often demonstrated his frustration in this game. Head in hands type stuff. A little bit difficult for him to get going. This is definitely going to be wind in the sails.
Rouge actually going to pick up the Bucky. Getting that close corner towards elbow. Lethal range.
A double swing
Come on,
potentially set up
come
for
on.
BLG.
Nice, nice.
Traded. Oh,
Okay.
that's on the slide.
Yeah, K9 being dealt with on the other side is a problem, but BLG have mostly
Nikala.
Delasses. Spray is good. YZ can't defeat the crosshair placement.
Zelsus.
Orb as well.
Jordan Zelsus himself.
An inch away from
Zelsus.
connecting onto Zelsus, but doesn't quite go far enough. It's going to make things very easy to close this out and get a clean anti-eco for Sen, who, as opposed to Billy, they are buying those heavy upgraded rifles on this round too. Zekin has that Phantom already moving forward, so they can get a nice investment, some nice higher tier weaponry on their bonus round coming up next.
Clean starts is certainly what Sentinels are looking for. This is the map, remember, they
Go for the hunting, bro. You get
if
free
they were
ult
feeling
point.
confident on it, we were surprised to see it taken out of the rotation in their last game. But And we're reminded it's called SEN set for a reason. They've not missed a beat on this map by the looks of things. So they back away here, secure that crucial 9th round, and get going on the second half.
I am genuinely wondering if that was all a ruse. No, we hate Sunset now. We're banning it first.
I mean,
next series
Heretics are also banned, if I'm not mistaken. There are a couple of teams that are just leaving that one in the
फ्लैश
draft.
नहीं हुआ था, खुद ही हो गया फ्लैश. फ्लैश बहुत गंदा था.
And there were another team who were great on the map. As a side note.
Right, first buy and a half here for Billy. Maxed out investment against the bonus of SEN. If they win this, they will be running away with this game. It'll look like they're headed towards just a dominant win on their own pick, and we'd be destined for Lotus. They played very well on yesterday. It's dangerous goings here for Billy. It's not going to get any easier. They need this round bad.
And they've got a pretty early focus towards A. They even pop out defensively, hoping for a timing to catch SEN on the wrong foot. They are playing this much slower. Celsius gets a warning shot there. Nothing that he'd write home about.
That dark cover thrown mid really has Billy thinking that there's going to be a lot of presence shown towards market. That trip is going to further that idea in
The skill in mid is gonna
Backs
be
away. And now SEN are waiting. BLG
very
just to
important.
peek out, take a risk to get some information, look to punish them as a result.
So much presence in mid. Oh, nice one, Narret.
Wins the duel with the stinger.
And now the neural theft, that's just what they were looking for.
Narrate.
2 kills in the previous round, plus all pickup gives them this very important ultimate in a situation like this. And they know A is the short-headed site. They know YZ is lingering close to top mid.
Don't walk away.
But he's
30
this
seconds
close.
left.
Oh, the timing.
Wow.
You can't manufacture that.
Nice.
Narrate's able to respond. That's the second kill for his stinger in this round. This bonus from SEN so far has been smooth sailing.
You just can't help but want to go for more. Rusha's going to get forced a little bit
Yeah,
out of the
multi- nice,
so low, but he is
bhai.
shot down. 1 versus 1.
Sexy round.
That kill, that's the one that might break the back of BLG in this round, in this map even. It's like a fault line connected onto K9 in Link. So SEN are knowers.
What a timing, Narret.
Last player
They're going to
standing.
deal with it. What a clean round this has been, and then an opportunity to recover these rifles. Levius
Everyone has just
knows
been
there's
on
just not
like
a good
so on
argument
point.
for trying to do anything more in this round, so we'll walk away. And the conversion on the bonus round is massive.
Narret is on hunt.
They have so much cash that Narrate doesn't even care about trying to recover one of the rifles. He finds it more valuable to see if he can actually kill Levius. And
He
just
will.
might that.
What the?
And gets the rifle on top of it. Not really going to get any better than that for Sentinels. The economy already out of control. This lead feels insurmountable for Billy.
And look how SEN set the map up so they get
क्या
best
round
use
निकाला
out
है
of
भाई,
these
क्या
things.
round
Look at the
निकाला
way
है.
they're playing there.
Patience, patience. Mid पे जो patience करके खेला है ना भाई.
Last player
Really
standing.
stepping up in that round. Wins the initial duel against Dev, gets the re-swing trade onto YZ. He was just hungry to find an advantage to take another fight. Bad buy for Billy now.
Judge
Investing pretty heavily. Yeah, Rusha is invested down to nothing to get this judge. Posted up deep in B main. This kid does sees the barrel.
Russia there. That really is pretty painful for the judge player who does not want to have his cover blown so early.
वो खुद जाके स्पैम मार देता तो भी किल निकल जाता ना. कैम बंद करके चला जाता.
Paranoia, he's stuck, he's cooked, he's cooked.
Caught out by the util combo, but now the B-side definitely has a bullseye on it. Prowler out. Of course, seeing that trap wire, Levius caught in the fault line, but inside the smoke, a degree of safety. He can tuck into the little alcove, but he knows the vultures are starting to circle.
So they want to go even further. They're getting into that backside, trying to post up. Second at a deep position. Levius still there, and he is caught.
Little wave that one is nice. Now drops down. That's a Zekin understands his projectile motion pretty well. So this round, like the alphabet, will end with X. YZ trying to come out with a couple Q
Nice
swings,
one.
but will be put out by Bang.
Chances are getting incredibly slim here for Billy. This lead from SEN is way too dominant at the moment. They are playing so well on this map.
मस्त भाई यूटिल कॉम्बो मार के निकाला ये राउंड.
Yesterday.
ये वाला किल बहुत अच्छा था.
Maybe we could ask about that later. They really were just
One enemy remaining.
pretending. They're just pretending. Bring it out day 2 to get into playoffs. They're looking so good. Zekin is playing so well. His aggression is being supplemented by some great util coming through from John.
Tech pass coming from the BLG side.
The road for Sentinels to get to a potential playoff spot. And he says, we're generally really happy to be matched up against another Chinese team. We feel like there are similarities between Wolves and Billy, and we feel like they can be exploitable in the same way. He said obviously we would have loved that first seed, but you know, we know how that all went. He says happy to take on this team after dealing with Wolves. Feels like it is the path of less resistance, and that's a narrative that's been definitely being parroted by a lot of fans out there. They feel like this is a more comfortable run for SEN to playoffs. But after the disaster that occurred in Bangkok, I think many SEN fans, players included, are happy just to secure that playoff berth and have some more time to get set for that phase of play.
And it's funny that Waizu just said the exact same thing, that he wants to play against an NA team. He feels more comfortable playing against the NA style. These guys wanted each other. They both got their wish. We feel just destined to go to Lotus unless Billy can convert this round with the economy on the line.
11-5. I think ये round भी निकल रहा है.
The last few rounds.
Sentinels का ही ult देखो भाई, ult है हमारे पास. Round converting ults हैं. Ults नहीं ult है. Recon break कर देते हैं ना तो. Nice spam.
Pick up the trip actually to just adjust that somewhere else into the site to play off of later. Hoping to catch Zekin. Those tripwires can be the bane of the Neon's existence. That hasn't really come into play yet, however.
Obviously, Sunset was changed so that that trip is not unbreakable anymore, but that was a factor of champs last year. So these teams have long since adapted to the changes that Sunset brought way back then.
यहाँ अगर इसको कहीं मिल गया ना भाई,
My God.
Don't ask me how he saw that. It's going to punish the little tight swing. So no Zekin. SEN have to convert on this 4 versus 5 scenario. 0 point came out in that A direction. Tension really building. They know BLG are on the precipice here. They just need to give them a little push. Net flashes himself out. Bowline was going to come from it.
Nice.
And why is he tries to swing off it? The fault line caught Neon.
हगा ये BLG वालों ने हगा. उसके flashes आ ही नहीं रहे भाई क्योंकि. I haven't saw a single flash from KO on point.
15 seconds
Either he just picks way before the flash actually flashes, or they just dodge.
Oh my God, this timing is just. Bro, I
Ult भी नहीं करना पड़. Ult किया क्या? अच्छा किया. B side पे किया होगा. बहुत बढ़िया भाई, बहुत बढ़िया. क्या डिसिप्लिन राउंड निकाला है. क्या डिसिप्लिन राउंड निकाला. For some reason I'm feeling a little sleepy right now. किल था भाई, किल था. Zekin पे किल था, लेकिन उसके बाद ये हगा इन लोगों ने.
Banked far enough back to connect on the swinging players, or they were just a little bit out of the way, weren't wide enough. A little bit hard to tell, but regardless, it didn't connect onto him, and he was forced.
ऐसे खेलते भाई डबल पिक कर करके एकदम सिनर्जी में.
Round number 18, and it could be the last of the map.
They are getting dominated right now. SEN, as we expected, have this map at the top of their pool. That is going to make them so dangerous. They've replaced Fracture, which they didn't like, with one of their home maps. John opening things up already. Collecting a kill top mid. I think Nep just peeked out by that dark smoke.
Yeah. Rygear, once again with the Guardian in hand, has always opted for this one. The money has been there. Just saw how deadly he is with a single shot. Now, Narrate's selling this, obviously. Not always normal to have your Fade be that lurking aspect, so he's going to rejoin with the rest of the team. Mid is open for them. Market has some architecture that needs to be dismantled. There's the trap wire. It'll be dealt with nicely. Levius not in a position to play off of it. And now SEN simmer. As things start to come to a boil. Let's swing it as smoke now. See Zach can break the crosshair placement. Deal with Levius.
Nasty.
Sen had the numbers overwhelming the sole defender of the site. Why is he?
Timing.
That's a good
Timing.
Ryzen down, no big damage done. The noisy
Nice.
will be dealt with. Electrifying play from Zach.
That's it. What a play. What a match. We are headed towards Lotus.
And the star duelist of Sentinels just went insane on that map. Just as good as we remember it. They left it for this game to qualify for playoffs, and now we're headed to Lotus, where they looked excellent the other day against Wolves. This is going to be tough for Billy. They have to rally back.
Don't go anywhere. This Trans-Pacific clash is delivering and promises to on Lotus after this.
What is it? Get rewards by watching Valorant while they are live in Valorant. Ends on June. What the fuck is this? Some drops. Rewards are limited time offers from top brands that you can unlock by supporting your favorite Twitch creators. Okay. You can see currently available rewards and offer details on this page. Open it to access it. Visit an event to access unlocked rewards. Viewer drops. Splitgate. Claim now. Oh, nice. Fam title. Connect. Connected. Wait a minute. Give me a second, guys. Let me connect my Riot account. SEN has closed the third map as well. I mean, they are fucking strong on Lotus. I haven't seen them losing a single match against anyone. अभी recently तो खेला था किसके against खेला था इन लोगों ने? SEN versus क्या था? अरे why the fuck am I not able to connect my account? Connected. Depending on the number of claims and the game developers fulfillment schedule, it may take some time to fulfill the drop rewards in game. Okay. Fan title. 9 minutes ago we got this reward. Rewards are limited. The drop rewards claimed within the last 6 months will be visible. Okay. So that means we should watch the streams on Valorant's official Twitch account rather than on YouTube, right? We'll get some rewards. That's great. Alright, we are back. Back or not? Yep, back.
Down early, it gets quiet. But in that last map, let me tell you, this team was locked in. It is very clear that they've been focusing on that. And Zelsis in particular
Bro, I
has been
already
very
did
pivotal
it.
in calling
Why
it
are
out
you
when
showing
he
me the
sees it.
same
When there's a
message
round
again
where
and
he
again?
doesn't like how the communication has been going down. He has called that out, and the team has locked in immediately.
God that
What
you
we've also
got,
seen
bro.
is a lot of Sentinels having weaker defensive halves and then crushing on the attack. And let me tell you, that is a John QT masterclass. This guy has a great read on what the other team is doing and is adapting beautifully in the mid-rounds. He is fully in control on that side.
Already have
Now,
it.
there's one more thing I want to check in on with the comms, but this is for the pre-map here. We've got the rest of Sentinels here. Who's winning map number 3? Sentinels! All right, let's send it up to the desk.
Thank you very much to Ender for that update. And in case you guys didn't pick up what he said, was Zellsis was very pivotal in terms of giving some ideas on that map as well. And you heard it from Coach Kaplan after map 1. He was a little bit disappointed that SEN didn't play like a team, but Mel, we saw so much incredible team play on that Sunset to bring them to a map 3.
And Zellsis is so crucial to that because he is able to hold people accountable in a way where everyone is uplifted instead of degraded. And he's always the one that is able to call these mistakes out and bring everyone up to that level. And I'm really impressed because there's so much team play required when they go into all these retakes that we saw them get into. I think it was 4 retakes out of 6 they won on the A site. And to have that...
Zellsis is definitely one of those guys who like keeps the spirit up in team.
And that's without pistol.
Keeps the environment lively.
Actually start well because we saw
Life of the party, you know.
And the game and the map early against Billy where they actually managed to come out the first half not in a deficit, and it definitely helped as we went into the second one. And Zekken was somebody in the top of show that we were a little bit concerned about if he's going to find his form on that stage, but with John QT out here flashing for him, you know, stunning for him and doing everything for him, he's just managed to play like the Zekken we were expecting on the global stage.
Yeah, this combo and market here was great to watch, but Zekken especially, I'm really happy to see him really arrive in full force on the Neon on this stage. I feel like that, like you said, that was something we were lacking yesterday, but he is such a big part of that win condition. And here, some util, maybe a team blind here, but it's not an issue for Zekken. He's just gonna go in and get that stinger kill regardless. But this is what I wanted to see from him, this aggression and winning these key fights, disrupting the Billy Gaming when they're setting up for their post plans or setting up for like a mid-round fake. So I'm really happy to see him arrive.
It's so nice to see him find his confidence again, you know, especially with his family in the crowd always supporting him, traveling all the way here as well. This brings them to a map 3 and meaning that suddenly a very, very winnable series for them, especially if he can keep up this sort of performance as we move on to the next one. I'm not gonna lie, every single one of these highlight kills from him and John is ridiculous.
It really is. He's such an exciting player to watch when he's on, and it's always especially, his Neon is something that rings true in my mind. When I think Zekken, I think Neon, I think Raze, and he always stands up to the occasion when it comes down to it.
Yeah, and when I think John QT, I don't often think Breach, but I am very happy to think of his Breach now after that performance as well. On Lotus, however, we don't have to speculate what they're gonna play. We've seen it already. Did you like what we saw of their Lotus yesterday?
Oh, I will sing John QT's praises of his calling on Lotus all the way back to the bank. I love how Sentinels plays the map. They play it very slow and procedurally, exactly how Lotus should be played. And I think John is a huge part of that. And actually, you bring up Breach. I know he's playing for this map, but Breach is actually one of his best.
Give me a 5 minutes break, guys.
Days, so I really want to shout out the fact that John has really been able to reinvent himself as a player, going from that Senti and now going into so many different initiators. It's really impressive.
I love the 60 days there. You've been counting. In your Canada, you're like, did John play Breach? They check. Did I like it? Check. There you go. Tracking him here. But on the other side, this is where we can start speculating about Billy. And the fact that Ender is joining us once again here on the desk. Can I send you down to listening to some Billy comms?
I don't know.
Yeah?
You know what? I omen ulted up here. I can omen ult back over there and listen on Billy.
How good's your Mandarin? You got this?
It's not great, but I could tell you if it's calm or chaotic.
Oh, okay.
You know?
We'll send you down. But yeah, what about Billy's Lotus? What can we expect?
Honestly, that's a good question. I think what Billy need to do is make sure they're seizing like information and control of the map in the mid rounds, especially with how slow John's calling was. If you were talking about this, forgive me because I know this is something you were talking about earlier in the day.
Oh,
with how
no worries. I will never interrupt. You hyping up John QT's calling. I'll never stop you.
No, but honestly, I was really impressed with his reads in that last map, and I think that with this sort of like slower macro style that he would like to play and sort of punish the extremities of the map, I think it's very important for BLG to like make sure they're maintaining forward lines of information, holding those forward angles so they don't get punished by, you know, a late lurk into a Zellsis or someone.
And as you saw here a little bit earlier in that lower third, if SEN win this map, they make their first Masters playoffs since Madrid. And we all know how Madrid went. Well, it wasn't bad for a Sentinels fan, was it?
No, I think it was pretty good.
Yeah, it was alright. It was alright. There was no bracelet though, so I think maybe this time around they can go for that bracelet, go for that MVP. Exactly. And it all starts here. They have to win Lotus here. The momentum is back on their side. Can they do it? Can they give the fans cheer for?
I think what I was seeing on that second map, absolutely they can. But I also like the vibe I'm getting from Sentinels is that they are a little bit driven by momentum, you know, and it can be hard to come back after falling down early. I've heard it a lot, right? When like players go down early on in rounds, it can kind of become a little bit quiet in terms of their comms, and there's not always someone carrying the mantle. Now, today and in that last game, Celsius was the guy that was stepping up in a big way, but he has to also be feeling that and bringing the vibes if they're going to be able to build off of that.
A big part of having that momentum shift is having people like Celsius who can problem solve and help the IGL, because it's 4-8, you know, some people might shut in because they're afraid to have an idea and afraid to be wrong. But going into Lotus, I'm interested to see if there's any comp changes, but not expect anything too crazy.
No, not at all. But the mantra for Sen that I've been hearing in the stay calm, stay confident. That is everything that they're focusing on right now.
However, though, for Bilibili, they are locking in their picks already. Anything you can do, we can do better.
I like it. A little mirror action going on here. I'm a big fan of the buys coming in and getting more and more play on this map. It is so effective at stalling down the heavy exec play.
And I think Zelsa's flies really under the radar, underrated in my opinion on these roles, on this anchor agent. I think his vice is really good. He strikes a good balance of knowing when to play very close to his util and punish people who are trying to bait out that vice wall that we see so often. And he knows when he should really play back. And his positioning on these sides, I feel like a lot of players can really learn from.
For the very first time that we're seeing Bilibili play this comp, but only one can advance to playoffs. Uber and Wyatt, take it away.
The prevailing narrative for the road ahead for Sentinels coming into this game, why it was free playoffs. You guys have got it. You guys have the easiest run, etc., etc. But this series has been anything but. Icebox, brutal for Sen. They never got going. They could never get the start that we're looking for. But their pick of Sunset still proved to be one of their best. Stunning performance. Now sets us up for a decider map for the first spot for these teams in a Masters Toronto playoffs. And it all goes down on Lotus.
Sentinels played a lovely defensive side against Wolves the other day, going up 9-3. Typically, the somewhat less favored side, especially when we're going back to this kind of old meta, old Lotus look that's just integrating Vice, who has been unbelievably powerful as a mainstay Sentinel on this map. I like that Bilibili have gone for this. I think it's a great comp right now, and it's always fun to see Zekken back on the agent that he made his name with years ago.
Looks dynamic, a bit slow to start in that Wolf series. That was not the story for Sentinels on Sunset, not by any stretch. Alright, him Prowler on the corner. Zekken plays off of it stunningly. That's Knight down. Sees to follow up with the nade. Already though, BLG have pulled the plug on that big foray into tree, though Neff is unsupported.
Just praying to find some kind of timing through door, but that is being watched by not just one player, two. This shear is about to be activated, double push past it. They want to fight these players. Nade is going to do some damage. Swing out from Levius. Can they spike this?
Oh, he just headbutts that bullet. Narrates handing out 3 haircuts. And again, Bilibili have Neff walk up in the tree, which traditionally, with his Vice comp, you see Zelsa sometimes go set up his Arc Rose and his util there, just headlong into it.
God, that is sick from Zelsa's second round of that reaction time. And Neff just feels so pressured that he has to give even more space towards A to allow the team to go for a pivot back after they lose that initial player.
Thank you for saving me.
Hey, and if there was ever to be a map where we get a Zelsa's carry game, well, first of all, he was playing very intelligent.
Who's got the first T? Oh, San. Let's go.
Vice on Lotus early this year is where he had some of his best games we've seen from him, if not his best all year up until this point.
Come on.
This time at the seaside. And they're trying to chase Bilibili off this.
Close the fucking shit, bro.
Inching forward. Here comes the hit. Razorvine comes out, going to be avoided by Wisey. Extreme low. Wisey! It's not volley, but close enough. John down though. Rushi's having to deal with him with that classic and Levius. He's got some sharp shooting.
What the fuck?
This?
Holy shit.
B-side.
Converted an eco.
And Zelsa's here, of course, is a beat behind the
है भाई है BLG है तो सही भाई aim है
makes the turn, sees him come.
Even at that, he gets the dink onto him, double face. Zelsis, there's no hope.
Okay, well, welcome to the show. Everything's made up. The points don't matter. It's a MasterCard Thrifty in the second round for Billy.
भाई वो Ghost से निकाल दिया.
Bizarre.
Someone said, YZ, nade yourself. He just jumps into it in the corner.
Ghost से round निकाला भाई.
How were they able to convert this?
Holy
The shots from Levius were...
Haga.
Catch my own nade.
Look at this from Zek, and he satchels out in one tap. Narrate can't trade. I think he had a bulldog. He can't see, man. This is ridiculous. I mean, listen, you're hoping when you're a Sentinel, you play B. Maybe you cut off a rotate and get someone maneuvering towards C. You're usually not getting 3 with the Ghost on your eco.
The third while you are blinded.
Sentinels का उल्टा चलता है. Fnatic eco हार के anti eco जीतता है. ये लोग eco जीत के anti eco हारते हैं.
Towards A right now, playing in the dark cover, hoping someone may take a little stroll into it, but that's not going to be the case. YZ timings it though to get in the next one with this judge.
So John's previous round, and he's decently set up.
Nice one.
Razor Vine's going to slow him up. Redgear though, not so fetid. He's able to push ahead. Make short work here of Sentinels into the grinder. They've become mulch here on Lotus.
Well, they were stacked up on the proper side, but BLG were just overwhelming with the numbers, with the superior weapons, not really able to get anything done at all. Being left on his lonesome, probably just going to eventually perish to the spike. Looked like SEN were just going to carry all of that momentum they had from such a dominating performance on Sunset into Lotus. On defense again. That's what they did to Wolves just the other day, but Billy are right back in the game.
You can't account for a bizarre Thrifty like the one we just saw. That's definitely throwing things for a bit of a loop. And that individual talent on Billy, it's really easy to spot.
It feels like, you know, throughout this series, maybe, I guess, save for Sunset, but any player on this team has just pulled out some magic individually as far as being a shooter with the mechanics, you know, specifically on Icebox. Even the guys who had less kills total when Rusha and YZ were taking over, Levius was still finding moments to hit some snappy multi-kills. Neff has been playing well. All right, full buy here for SEN after what was looking like a great start, then went disastrous on round 2. Let's see if they can wrangle control of this defensive side. A couple players trying to get out towards Mound. Ben can take a forward position, the teleport away.
Bang wants this Mound fight. Until he doesn't. Paranoia comes in, forces him out. He's able to TP away and just get up onto the side.
They don't have any utility left. YZ already used that nade, so no real pressure can be further applied to Bang when they know he's been routed into Bend.
Not ready yet. Good
Flash from Levius is going to get the information that Zekken has pushed up towards B main. Someone is playing close. In the meantime, you have Neff taking a lot of space towards A. You know, already you're seeing some differences on this attack side from BLG compared to Wolves, where Neff is able to take a lot of space. Spring wasn't really able to do that the other day.
But here's the look. YZ, no blast packs here, so no fast hit. Behind the Prowler though, plenty of util left for K9. Zekken's just trying to play his life as well as he can here through Arpa, but that Snakebite is going to make it, in theory, a little bit more challenging. Just bank a nade here. Response, oh, the C's as well. Redgear though is able to get clear of the blast. And that combo fizzles.
BLG can't take too much forward space, but they have a couple players in Baby Door right now. Things could get awkward. SEN can dump so much utility on them right now.
Again, Redgear near side of Zekken with one paltry point of health is able to get his, and Narrate found double. Levius is squeezed up on the side. Redgear is still there, trying to crouch, trying to hide away, trying to live.
Round, bro. Oh, fuck.
Bouncing
What a round.
into pole position. A B-side retake. 2 guns still to carry out of the round.
That was a real opportunity for Levius, but the spray was haphazard.
I'm sorry, I'll mute myself in between the rounds because I'm eating right now.
Yeah, you know, they get the spike
So that
down.
you don't hear me slurping my soup.
To do so. The option there was we just have to take the timing to swing out of this smoke behind the wall together rather than in front of the wall. But SEN were overwhelming in that situation. You know, I think earlier as well, Neff was feeling more confident to take a lot of that space off A because what we saw on defense was Narrate, Bang, that was a duo that was pressed up on rubble together, but when you know Bang's at mound, it feels like, oh, this might be my opportunity to go. It's going to be a bit lighter, but it's not like this round. Sen have 3 players ready to go. Nade, sees, caught right onto Rygear. He has to teleport to safety.
Took some damage off that though, didn't he? Just a lick though. Zekken is able to get back. Why is he dealt with? Bang has the TP out of what could have been a pretty hostile situation, and so the rubble fight goes very poorly for Bilibili. There's a pause in the action almost, as it sees nade combo came in. And from now on, Bilibili have to account for that threat. I have to TP across the rubble, maybe not up.
They're able to get so much value playing around that tree position with the Guardian. Eventually, I'm sure he's going to try to pick up the Odin as well. What can BLG do here? As Sen are more than content to just play this nice and slow and go for the retake when they need to.
Zekken sees this coming. K9 attempts a wide swing, but Zekken looking comfortable. Strips Neff down to 16 health. Levis has already earned that Steel Garden. That spike is dropped just outside of Baby Door. It's going to be a very difficult recovery mission.
This round looks like it's destined to come to a slow crumble for BLG, who will have enough to continue the pressure, buying up on the next round fully. But this is well done from Sen. They've been able to get to a couple of crucial ultimates for the next buy round too. They've got the Showstopper and the Nightfall, so they have many tools to use to try and extend their lead.
We've seen the variations from Sen on this defense side. Quite often the action is where Bang himself is. They fight over at rubble. The Omen's there. They make an early foray for mount control. Bang is also in position. So they've been varying, moving across the map. Here's this rubble fight. I see, yeah, TP back, of course, towards him by Bang, and he's able to punish Zekken.
One enemy remaining.
Waits for them to step on up.
Gotta say as well, Sen, so far we're barely into this Lotus Mount, but man, they've gone for a lot of siege nades. That one back rubble is pretty standard, but they used it in B main as well very early on. I think that was on the pistol, so that's going to cause a lot of concern that at any point, if you're a Bilibili player, you could be getting hit by that usual combo. They want to get this early A control again. It's just that aforementioned duo of Narrate and Bang playing towards tree. They are often just in tandem on this A site, playing together, controlling that space.
You're going to see this duo of John and Zekken start to favor the A side of the map, as it was a more passive showing from Sentinels early. But Bilibili have decided just to make their way towards this C side. It's just going to be the Vice and Util occupying that side, and Celsius, as a result, playing safer here.
Sen have gone for a full reclear.
भाई ये वाला राउंड chaotic होगा लग रहा है.
Bilibili slow down at the
अगर कमिट करते हैं सी साइड तो chaotic होगा.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
That sheer wall though is in play. This is slowing Bilibili down. Now though, it drops. They're able to push here over towards Bend.
There are going to be so many ultimates involved in this retake. Zekken can get back in with the Showstopper, with this Nightfall at the same time. Steel Garden, though, hoping to make it so that Sen can't scale off of their own ultimate.
It has definitely slowed Sentinels down. Not confident, of course, without their primaries to push here, but Zekken doesn't need it. Oh, that's awkward. He'll take Rygear with him at the very least.
बहुत जल्दी मारा उसने
John steps up, 2 players here out of waterfall for Sentinels. And they
उसके
see
साथ
the shoulder of
Zekken का
Nine.
जाना चाहिए था.
High-low stack, though, was tough for them to break. John knows
On,
Neff is
John.
around the corner, and he
Wow,
doesn't have
nice
the health
try.
to withstand an engagement. Bilibili, it's a scrappy fight where they occupy that seaside and hold on.
Both Showstoppers just earning trades.
Showstoppers should have been used alongside the Nightfall.
That Steel Garden was the antidote to that retake, stacked with ultimates for Sen coming through, and Rygear's able to also get Zekken in time before the rocket connects, which is highly important. And then it's just a nice little triple sack up face. Everyone on Bilibili ready to fight together to close things out.
This time it's a look towards B. Viper's pit on C already laid down, so Sentinels adamant about locking this part of the map away from Bilibili's purview. They're not fully convinced though.
Look at this investment for YZ. He's going for the operator right now on attack. Just trying to post up on some of these angles towards B, but that Viper wall will keep him at bay temporarily. This certainly implies that BLG want to maybe slow down the game. I mean, Second is just caught spamming through with a stinger, at least bang there for the trade back rubble.
Mark, though, has to get out.
Here.
And for Sen, happy enough with a result like that. Zelsis has his own steel guard now, could be pretty effective here. Push comes to shove at the big side of TP forward from Rygear, already gets himself there. Zelsis waits. Spike loose. Oh, that's a desperate scenario here for BLG, but why is he popping himself up? What an upshot. Narrate peers on him, but Levy's is able to find the trade. And again, it is down to John. John in a 1 versus 2. John who had to leave his Viper's pit and try and salvage the round at B.
That is bold, but necessary from YZ. Finding that trade, and from there, BLG maintain it, trading further, getting this advantage, putting all of the pressure on John on a round where both teams economically have so much at stake. Time has dwindled so much due to this heaven rotate.
John's not going to see much here. He has a snake bite, and Rygear just opted for a timing. He knew he had a contingency with his teammate in Baby Door, so goes for it and puts that one to bed a little bit earlier. BLG, 2 rounds in a row, stringing them up. How for Sen this gets complicated? They're definitely going to be forced down to a low buy.
Spike down.
Kind of an awkward first engagement. Zelsis does a great job isolating one fight. YZ goes for the most mental trade attempt possible and pulls it off. Coach Kaplan is feeling forced to call a timeout at this point. Certainly cannot blame him. That was a round of the utmost importance for the half.
I'm glad you highlight that YZ moment as the sheer wall came up. I thought it was curtains for BLG.
It looked like it was cooked. I like the entry into side before that. You have Rygear teleport into dark cover so they can double face, but he wasn't close enough to actually get the trade on the Baby Door. If YZ didn't do that and Zelsis is able to tuck back, complexion of the round is entirely different.
And you heard from Coach Kaplan. Couldn't do much more, but just say, well played to BLG. You know, talking about these teams, Kaplan has often said, look, it's really hard to get a read on Chinese opponents coming into these games. When we first hit the server, we have to start with ourselves. And then we have to find a way to adapt. And you can see that's been a whole process, right? Sen sort of had to adapt as much as they could on Icebox and couldn't quite get there. It just took them too long. I mean, Kaplan said it, too little, too late. Now, though, these teams have much more of a feel for one another. But there's no accounting for moments like that from YZ, popping himself up with an op in the B site. It's bizarre, but it's the brand of Valorant that BLG like to roll with.
Out of that timeout, Sun have 4 players ready to go to fight towards A. And on a scrappy buy like this, where you have some stingers, if Zelsis finds an opportune moment to use that Steel Garden, that could be enough to win them the round. They have full A control, and with all of that noise being made, easy call for BLG to get this free B site.
Now, no stingers now looking a little bit awkward at the periphery of the map. TP, I mean, ultimate forward from Rygear in the B. They were convinced they'd have that one dead to rights, and they went wrong. Sen here have to look for a way to employ Stingers, Sheriffs, and this singular Bulldog. Line up for Zekin. Comfortable double swing that outwits him. Mind you, that operator has been maintained, even though YZ went down previously, so it should be a comfortable end to the round for BLG. They've got all players up. They still got util to spend Sentinels. Probably don't want to feed them too much more old economy.
Will say that BLG would love to hang on to these guns. They still have a couple players at really low cash. Oof, okay, nice snap from K-Knight. Finally able to get on the board in this round. Taking
Stock of things, though. We had that timeout from Sentinels. They've had a chance to sort of consider how they build into this gun round. 3 defense side rounds, acceptable, probably. Need to go big here.
Yeah, they index heavily and just going for that 4-person rubble fight, praying that that's where BLG are going to be headed, but it ends up being a very standard situation on Lotus Attack where you have one player kind of floating towards that A main. You hear, wait, they're using like 3-4 different pieces of utility. All right, just go elsewhere. That's very common to be occurring on this Lotus Attack. Why is he still playing with this operator?
Where are you?
This is definitely an inflection point in the first half, round 9. See Sentinels finally get some rifles under their belts, but there's that operator punishing these contact peaks.
Go get it.
It ended up being a 1-for-1.
There've been a lot of early trades in this half, just like that.
Look at where John is playing.
Poison
So far back.
Picking up a lot towards this A site, but again, you know, they can just feel fairly content to play this for the retake when they still do have that steel guard and have the potential to collapse into that site off the back of it. But now SEN want to get back in, entrenching the site, anchoring positions now that they're doubled up. They have the read on the situation. Obviously, Billy making a lot of noise. They want to execute center, getting over here. Right, no one to trade onto him. Finds the advantage for SEN.
And that was all before a Nightfall came down. Sentinels take the risk of being susceptible to that in order to have a player posted forward to get an easy kill. Now the momentum starting to peter off. YC has to just skirt around that Razor Vine and, yeah, trigger the shear wall. Needs to try and find a way to use this op.
30
How
seconds
far
left.
will this madman push with the op in the waterfall?
Has he heard this? No, there's a player
way.
making noise behind him.
No way!
Okay, rewarded and not punished as two players from Sentinels quickly try and spring to attention. No horse presence for the defenders. YZ is going to be permitted to push up here again.
If he catches his second kill right now, the Nightfall could certainly be enough to win this round.
Bang wanted to check the site. It's unclear if he got any information about where YZ is set up. Okay, the Nightfall, but lately here from Billy. Look at how decayed they are. It's easy.
Player standing.
Able to spray two of them down. Narrate has to challenge YZ here. Blast pack to try and disrupt. Shorty in hand. He knows exactly where his assailant would come from, and YZ drops Narrate like a sack of potatoes. And 2v3 clutches in an awkward spot where the op still converts.
He is
ये वाला राउंड अगर नहीं निकला ना भाई तो फिर गया
on that round. The push into waterfall, adjustment to kill Zelsis, gets the free sight for the team.
ये निकलना
By
चाहिए.
team, I mean, K9, he's the only one. He gets over there. What a win. What a win. Brutal for Sentinels. They're going to force into this next round too when we get back into things, and it's left them with just a stinger for Zelsis. Not ideal, a lot of light armors.
And this time they're more than happy to bully their way out into rubble, Billy, and there's nobody here. It's another round where SEN only have John on this side of the map, and he's playing very far back.
Poison Cloud going to go forward to cover up the view from the stairs. Intentions of going through the tree right now. SEN, they're trying to be fast on the pivot. They got second here. Narrate wants to get back sight again. Assist John when the pressure is coming in. When he's blinded up by the paranoia.
It expires.
But what the fuck, Narrate, big time fucking go. Let's go, bro.
John gets absolutely saved. That's the one with the op here.
Absolute aim, bro. Absolute aim.
SEN are not going to offer up any freebies. Look where that spike is. That is going to be an extremely oppressive scenario that Billy have to fight into.
Single-handedly just
has to do
holds
it by
the side.
pushing up with the operator.
Not just holding, but putting the other team at a huge disadvantage.
There should not be
what was
any
that
way.
Sick round from Narrate. Wyatt, he was the standout. Sentinels in their last game. Won't be able to do more than 3 here, but should be enough.
Nice,
Okay.
nice.
All of a sudden, John brought down. Viper's Peak going to be deployed by Neff, but he still needs to plant Steel Garden. But he has a shorty inside the pit. Not the worst scenario for him. And he'll wait this out. Maybe look for a timing to swing out of the wall, and he's found bang.
Oh, holy shit.
Oh my god.
Nikala bhai, round
A
nikala.
ridiculous uprising from that solo Viper. Sentinels, they've managed to claw their 4th round, but it's another costly one. They get to stabilize the economy, but Narrate here is able to find 3, protect John.
Holy shit.
Zekken picked up the op at the end of the round.
Oh my god, you could see that clutch happening. Oh my god. Like I said, unwinnable, but Neff made me believe for a second.
I mean, he commits that solo Viper's pit to play from.
And he got that crazy timing after his primary was jammed. Finally, Zelsis rips that steel guard in and does get the value out of it. They were in an advantage situation, but given their economic state, that was a must-win round. You gotta commit it, you gotta convert, and they do just that.
Sentinels have conditioned a weaker A-side presence of the map now with consecutive rounds of just John being there and playing on upper A-side. They might look to throw a variation that has Narrate come back, play tree, and Odin by.
वो सिलिका पाउच थे ना
Few options here as Billy
हाथ का
now
मॉइस्चर
tested that A-side a
लेने के
couple
लिए
of
I
times
guess हटाने के
consecutively.
लिए
Wondering too if they're going to invest into this.
Those are probably the silica pouches, I guess.
They've been loving using it. At that time, obviously, right, they threw it to net because they wanted YZ to be able to get deep into the site, but Narrate was just a hero. Absolute hero. Specifically for John, who was looking absolutely doomed until that lovely three-piece was found. Narrate topping the board. He was the MVP of the SEN team over their win against Wolves. He got them back into the game with a crucial clutch on split. Phenomenal play from him, and he is picking it up for them right now to try and get into playoffs.
BLG have reinvested in that op, as you speculated, Wyatt. And yeah, early looks at 8. Narrate has come back here with the Odin.
Doesn't spot YZ, just ends up going a little bit short, so he wants to wait for this dark cover to fall, hoping that someone is going to go for the common jump peek, and it does happen, but Narrate was not too overexposed. Often players do it more towards the middle, but he was a little bit off to that left side, and I think that saved his life.
YZ unable to react quickly enough. Okay, shield wall to dissuade a push off of the C site. That is actually where Zekken is set up. He does want to try and put himself where the action is. But whether that means he'd actually push off of C in the direction of the attackers remains to be seen. There's Rubble presence, the threat of the Odin. All the util coming out from Bang and Narrate here have definitely slowed BLG up. So YZ opts to try and hold a B line. Viper Wall will cut him off. Still guarded.
Get that C site free. Do SEN try and actually pull back in here? They have a few players near it, but wow, look at this pivot from BLG to have to go through the thorns. Bay wants to swing off of it. Trades coming through, but now the site is taken. Spike should be able to be planted, but SEN have other ideas.
Yeah, YZ decayed very, very low. SEN also don't really follow up on the Nightfall instantly. Simply choose to get in position.
Yeah, cut off by some of those mollies. The thorns on the ground. Nate going to do some damage tonight, and it actually nets the kill.
Decken now with the showstopper. Stopped in his tracks. YZ with an op shot now. He's in the thick of things. In the heart of the maelstrom, YZ wants to push up, and with this op. Oh, are you kidding me? Devastating impact from YZ.
Myself,
Always an ace from him, but Delsus is able to interfere.
बंदा एकदम भाई उसको साले को शट डाउन करना पड़ेगा, ऐसे पुश कर रहा है भाई, उसका कॉन्फिडेंस पता नहीं अलग ही. YZ
no cash left, needs to save this. YZ is a
ऐसे पुश कर रहा है भाई ऑप
लेके.
लेके.
It's just absurd. Operator pushes onto that B side like we saw those few rounds ago where he saves it for BLG. YZ with a masterclass on subverting expectations. SEN still struggling to adapt to this duelist.
Seeing in that instance too, some of the power that even on attack Vice provides, where it's a denial of the blood. Those thorns being forward made it so that no one could really scale or try to fight off of the Nightfall that was used. And then, I mean, shot onto second, denying the showstopper is outrageous. And then somehow he tops it a mere few seconds later by pushing it to heaven solo and gets a collab.
John never had a chance to get his gun up.
He will never slow down. He is ruthless as a duelist. Intentions for BLG to take Mound early here.
4 defense side rounds is going to feel uncomfortable for Sentinels, but it is enough.
YZ now just one orb away from getting the showstopper.
Delsus here operates of his own util. That's Levius down. Oh, this boy! He's mad! Zelsus got the dog inside him.
Spike down.
Takes 3 just as BLG hoping to swoop in and get a nice 8-round halved. He has thrown the stick in the smoke, so they've gone over the handlebars.
Damn, that play genuinely looked angry. Some fury on the defense there from Zelsus. He looked so locked in. It's all on Rusha in a near impossible situation. Zekken still has Sappers to get back in. He can just send it, distract, while everyone else will collapse onto him. They have plenty of options here.
Bang there's having to deal with him in the end. So all things considered, respectable from Sentinels, but at moments you've noticed them struggle with the tempo and just with some of the individual inclinations of BLG. A very tight half here and everyone getting locked in. You mentioned it. Looked like Angie Zelsus there on that C side. Looking to try and stop BLG in their tracks. It's been quite the series so far, and it promises to be an explosive finale, so stick around. One of these teams will be headed to playoffs on the other side of this map.
ओ भाई 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 देखा क्या अभी तुम लोगों ने वो शाहरुख खान का सॉन्ग है ना मूवी का कौन सा यार भूल गया मैं हाँ वो वाला यहाँ यहाँ कदम कदम पर लाखों हसीना वाला हुआ
To 7-5 first half on Lotus.
I want San Jersey guys
side.
must there.
Get themselves a crucial pistol and then struggle somewhat to convert off that. Definitely put to the sword on multiple occasions by YZ. And also someone who had a real standout showing by Levius with a ridiculous MasterCard thrifty where he's able to find multiple kills onto that B site with the Ghost. The guy is looking dynamic on this Vice.
On the opposing side, Zelsis was playing very, very well towards the end, shutting down some of those executes, getting a ton of value. I think it's so interesting, though, with this Coinbase Econ report to look at how much value YZ was getting from his heavy investment into the op on attack, which is something I wasn't expecting from him specifically as a player, but you just don't see it very often on Lotus, and certainly not with a Raze when your job is getting in deep, but still able to find that bang for his buck, spending it on that weapon, even despite having tied for the most deaths on his team. He's still getting value. The op absolutely paid off, as we saw, and I'm interested to see how much he's going to try to pick that up on defense, because Billy, they've won the majority of the pistols in this series, and even this first half when they lost, they won in that round to Eco. If they get the op rolling for him on defense,
हर बार ये monitors भी change होते हैं, I guess they are
into the playoffs,
sponsors.
for YZ making it into the playoffs for a second time at an international event.
Probably.
Everyone thought this would be an easy road for Sentinels into the playoffs.
इसके बाद वाला मैच भी बहुत बढ़िया है. I guess that's EG versus ना कौन किसका इसके बाद वाला Team Heretics versus PRX I guess.
The defenders get spread fairly thinly across these
I
three
guess so.
sites. But it all comes down to
पता
how
नहीं, I'm
you
not sure,
can
let me search.
capitalize on that distribution of defenders. Let's get rolling, folks. Here's your round number 13. Sentinels on the attack.
Launch over the top for this duo of SEN to work forward on Seep.
अरे
But
VCT
when the
Master
orb is
Star
tapped,
चल रहा है
they
उसमें
want
कौन
to
किसका
swing
मैच
off this
है
paranoia, presumably crunch through the door even.
Paperex versus Genji. Whoa, let's go.
In real danger, here it comes.
That's gonna be
Ryzear, though, come down by second, who didn't think there'd be a follow-up, and Levius is there.
let's focus on this match right now.
For him, able to dodge
Sun
that
should
paranoia.
win, by Sun should win.
SEN, they are pivoting towards this
They have
inside
to.
where BLG have drifted. They are in the right positions at the moment, giving up C. Neff weak though, backside, going to be challenging
To be
anchor
honest,
against
BLG
the
is giving them a tough fight.
Pretty quick moves, though, from Sentinels up onto the A side. No upper presence yet for the defenders, and Neff gives.
कूद रहा है भाई वो.
They'll take one for one with that low HP.
K-Knight now straight to drop.
देख लो drop,
Here
देख
comes
लो
that attack
drop,
side,
देख लो
Viper
drop,
ball down,
देख
it's a
लो
little bit
drop,
annoying.
देख लो गया.
YZ can't see past it. K-Knight might need to be activated to disrupt a potential plant. So the paint shells had the intended effect.
Drop देख लो भाई यो.
K-Knight flash, right-click City.
Last player
And they are
standing.
both very low, below 60.
30 seconds.
उसके
Zel's
पास
not sure, but
advantage.
K-Knight thought he had him.
Nice one.
Zeddy is home.
Holy shit.
Zelsis is determined to win. You can see it from his disposition on his face since that last round.
Let's fucking
of
go,
the first
Zelsis.
half. He is getting serious. This is not funny, whimsical Zelsis. He is here to win. He is hungry, especially for this team. After
That's
that
crazy.
disappointing finish that they had at the
30
first
seconds
international
left.
this year in Bangkok. They want to come back and show exactly what they're made of.
Let's go.
Why are you going here? Why are you going here?
Look at the coach shouting. What the
Sentinels on this map. And it's an A site that is
their,
utterly
their coach
bereft
was absolutely
of
furious.
defenders.
क्या चिल्ला रहा है वो
In
बता.
the first half, SEN won the pistol, but lost in this exact situation. If they hadn't, we'd be looking at a very different game. Billy were able to gain so much early momentum for their economy off of that.
ओए ओए निकल ले भाई निकल ले.
Just wants to stay alive. Oh, they're chasing, even though he is the player with just the sheriff.
Finally, I think Sentinels have been able to throw enough at Billy to cause them to simmer down.
ओए गेम आउट
That's an easy call
गेम
now
का
for the
साउंड
rest
चला
of the
गया भाई
team.
हेलो
Just get into the A side. Zelsa's feeling all of that.
पागल
pressure.
लोग
Should be light on the opposite side of the map.
They are so patient about it.
गेम का
Here's the
साउंड
plant,
चला
John
गया
gets it down. Billy playing second fiddle, just trying to catch up. And now without much more than Frenzy Ghost. Neff will remain
Narrate,
tucked
for
here,
God's
most
sake,
likely.
don't
This would
miss
allow
it.
the game to become even.
don't fucking
Aaron would
miss
love to get
please
something from
bro
this
please
outlaw.
keep holding that
Little
angle keep holding
ROI
that
farming.
angle keep holding that angle bro don't fucking miss
He might get something from
no oh, shit
buddy. Neff though doesn't overcommit. Narrate doubles back to the angle. And
Oh,
will
thank
handle the
God.
interloper.
Oh.
If only just.
The right click almost got him.
Spam is Ekin says, okay, there's something to be had here, and he's
nice
right. 3 kills with the stinger.
just 3
Only
points away
Levius to
from
survive, only to perish to the
Topper.
last. And now we have ourselves an even game.
Second would have loved to have gone for a little bit more. The showstopper on the attack side with his traditional.
यहाँ
loose
पे
look.
should they be playing in
Very
eco
important.
oh nice one bro.
Close call, that one. Billy though, again, the pistol came down to a 1 versus 1. They sort of knew they'd be here after that clutch was lost.
Now Consent convert on their own bonus. They are ready to fight out towards this A side early. It's light from Billy. Tucking to the box is YZ right now. And actually getting a lot of reinforcements through B. Look at this, Billy, they want to fight it, and Bang knows he needs to run.
Sentinels got out in time though. Billy want to chase this, but just how far will they go? Not as far as lobby apparently, and now the look is over towards B.
And to send want to
नहीं नहीं नहीं
accelerate
नहीं ये
elsewhere.
execute मत
They're
कर देना
really
निकल लो
trying to
सी
get
निकल
out.
लो
Now they certainly
निकल
cannot.
लो बेकार में कोई
Continue that, getting through door into the C side.
Nah.
Sheer wall. 10 with that sheer, yeah, with this setup from Levius.
Doggedly, Billy been defending, and Narrate's not able to trigger the sheer wall. That is still in play. Senna gonna run low on time here.
That is painful.
ज़्यादा
Now
time
being
crunch
covered
मत
onto
कर देना
second,
भाई.
2 away from the showstopper, 50
Don't
seconds on
overheat the
They
clock.
have no map control at the moment.
They have though. Look at the util on Billy's side. It's really limited. Just that smoke from Rygear.
Just
There's a
push
Hawk for
A
Knight.
side. Let's go.
Drawn
Let's
it
go.
all out, but at what cost?
Now with the wall down, you do have Rygear with that Guardian on this A side, just jiggle peeking.
30
Now,
seconds left.
Calling it.
He knows
Go,
what the
go,
situation is.
boys, go.
YZ, does he try to
26
time it?
seconds.
He goes through the
Nice.
volley.
Nice.
Balled up. He's too easy to bring down, and Sentinels here have gotten exactly what they were looking for. Drawing Billy out of the defensive lines. And straight out into the sunlight.
Planted.
And now Billy realized, man,
क्या
we were
निकाला
so
है राउंड भाई
active,
उन लोगों
so
का बाय था
good at responding to these early probes.
बाय था
They
अभी नेक्स्ट राउंड भी
overheated
फ्री
just
है
a little bit, losing to the Sen bonus. Not just losing to the bonus, Wyatt, but allowing it to be a flawless round for the attackers.
Economy fucked up.
That is backbreaking.
They maintain their focus over towards that CB side. Really weren't able to take advantage of the low clock on account of it just being Rygear towards A. As you mentioned prior in the round too, just extracting all of that defensive utility out of Billy. To the extent they just had a dark cover. That was it.
There's not much more that Rygear could do except peek out, see what was happening. Couldn't hang.
It's just great calling from Sen. They worked the entire map, get back to that light A side in time. Worked so well, credit to John. Wisely bold in that situation. It just feels like he needs to help Rygear. Hopefully the attention will be on his teammate. John was ready for that. And it's made all too easy with the vulnerable.
Their coach is losing it.
See, things are pretty
He
restrained.
has been losing it.
You mentioned it. Zelsa's looked absolutely determined to have a clean victory here on this Lotus map. And unsurprisingly, Billy throwing their heads back
आधा
in
मोरल
this
तो
way,
उनके
caught
कोच ने डाउन
themselves
कर
a
दिया होगा
timeout.
मेरे हिसाब से तो लग रहा है.
In a round where they're in a
It would
very
be so much tough,
precarious spot.
like so tough
Yeah,
for
they
them
can
to
sort of
come
force
back, I
into this
guess.
round. It looks like that might be the plan, but
क्योंकि
it's a big
वो
risk to take
बोलते
in
हैं ना
this
कि
early stage of the half. For Sentinels, that was
environment
straightforward
positive
stuff.
रहना
No
चाहिए तुम्हारा,
overcommitment.
even if you're
They weren't
losing,
able to
then
force that
there's
shield
still a
wall out.
chance
See,
of
Ryzen
comeback.
Narrate tried to get it.
They all look
Didn't end up
very
hurting them, they
disappointed. I
bounced
mean,
on back to A.
what's it? Depressed.
And were
right
able
now.
to execute this. Billy just got a little bit too nervous, pushed up too far as individuals took to it. The YZ pusher of the molly. The K-Knight positioning up upper A side. Just caught out in the open.
Listen, I'm hoping in this timeout as well that Coach Bale for BLG can hold his nerve, keep calm with the team, and give them the optimal plan, because he was furious after that pistol round loss.
That's what I'm
when
saying.
we cut to the coach booth.
We should keep calm.
And now they're going to have to deal with the showstopper that Zekken has gotten up very early in this half. Crucial round for BLG. Big investment here.
And already, Sentinels here grouped on his A side. Pretty standard. We have Zelsis obviously watch Seep. He's got the Outlaw in hand to punish a push-up. BLG, do they want this fight again?
Pistol lock.
Russia finds out the hard way.
Pistol लेके वहाँ पे
Wisely
push up
doesn't
करने का
fancy
क्या
any,
मतलब
but He's
था?
only playing with a classic here. Such a weird assortment of guns.
Yeah, it is bizarre, right? I mean, yeah, unfortunately only just sitting at the 700. Maybe these rifles can make something happen. Matter of fact, both of them have looked like intentions of maybe pushing out a B, but that's not going to be the case for the defense. SEN have inserted Narrate over towards Rubble. Potential fight against YZ, where he's highly favored. Far superior gun.
And they're going to use him to try and sell this.
Yeah, they even throw a dark cover towards stairs, and it's working. Oh God, they're all departing from C. They have fully bought it.
लग गए.
Billy, I mean, they can't take too many risks. If they think there's a stack opportunity, they've got to take it with these weaker weaponry.
And YZ, he just didn't know while that Viper's wall was up how many players actually crossed it.
We'll get this on here. Oh my goodness, guy! Eyes in the back of his head. Very timely swing there from Narrate.
That would have been their way into this round, into a realistic retake, but now and after that, it is certainly not the case.
Now just happy to post up here in this seaside. Zekken challenging Waterfall. K-Knight forced off the line and low with a Phantom in hand. He likely doesn't want to wager it. And another flawless round on the horizon here for Sentinels.
We are right back
निकल गया
to
round.
saving. K-Knight going
Spoke too soon.
Billy Sports
Narrate
is gonna lose
just
from this
obviously
point.
on the hunt. This economy for SEN is out of control.
And so it goes. Sentinels get that magic 9 rounds. And again, this next one, a real inflection point. Another gun snapped up at the end of the round. Celsius' weapon.
Or that it wasn't K-Knight dying. It was Billy who really needed to save those there. And are able to get away with it. Nero just turns at the perfect time. I mean, like I said, totally different round if that isn't caught. And now, finally, we've gotten to the point for Billy, where this operator that we were talking about so much on attack is economically viable to be picked up for YZ. This is going to have to be where the half changes for BLG, where it's going to feel like they are absolutely down and out. They've committed everything they've got. And it pays off for YZ.
Exactly what they're looking for. The contact move up on B main. No more Vice in the map for Zen.
भाई कितना इसने वैल्यू निकाल दिया अपनी ऑप से.
Might feel the need to re-clear a little bit that B
Good
area
player.
before they head elsewhere.
They're going towards the
K-Knight towards B.
Going towards the right side, but
silently working their
proper
way
execute आना चाहिए नहीं तो फिर
posted up. Go for this execute. You could see a world where, you know, Zekken Satchel's in, the rest of the guys get cut off by a sheer wall. Rusha's ready with a paranoia. This could get dangerous. They're ready to anchor BLG.
Nice.
Tries to play it safe.
Chalo 1 for 1. 9.
Levis is good for 2. Narrate's going to be stuck here. Decayed down. His position known and noted. K9 and Levis in no hurry. As John can't even get into the site with the spike in hand. An easy cleanup and a great use of the Nightfall there from K9.
A great counter ultimate. They do a nice job getting in, and it did kind of play out as speculated, where that sheer wall not getting procced earlier does kind of awkwardly cut players off.
छोटी सी मिस्टेक थी, उसने अल्ट करके वो आया वाटरफॉल की ओर गिरा नीचे, ठीक है, तो उसका क्रॉसर रीसेट करने के लिए उसको ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं लगा. Nice, let's go. Nice, let's go.
Paid off. Everything they wanted to do in that round worked perfectly. YZ is going to mix up the positioning and go towards Mound. All of Sentinels have taken Rubble. on the opposite side of the map.
Redgear has to play safe passive in his mate, brought down. A couple steps
Nice.
ahead of the rest of his team, but Narrate at least able
क्या
to
निकाला है
find the
बे?
trade.
What a
Billy
trade.
responded to this quickly. It's a Prowler looking to check that A side proper. Zelsis gives the orb a tap. I think he takes some hits there. Tries to back up. Neff forced away by the snake bite though. Here's a steel guard for the attack side to pave the way for a plant.
Kano had intentions of retreating for a while, and the Steel Garden ensures that. Billy having to go for the full retake. Zekken is posted up so close.
Sees the Prowler now. They know and they make use of that information to get rid of Zekken, but John is there to find the trade. Nightfall for the attack side now, and Knight doesn't know what's coming. Neff with a wrap from drop. John finds his third for the round, and White
इसको निकाल दो, इसको निकाल दो, इसको निकाल दो. Nice one.
Sentinels
Round है भाई, round है.
back with a burst of confidence. A fast A hit plays out the way they drew it up.
Narrates like
Round है भाई, round है.
used to perfection. Catches up to all of the players, retaking through heaven. Zekken absorbs some of that. Backs off. John swings up when they're dealing with Zekken. Gets the trade on the rope. And the rest of the players are pushing forward. They are
John QT के shots by
placed ultimate.
awesome. Everyone is so fucking snappy भाई
They're
with the
still
aim.
Sentinels though going to have to contend likely with a Whitey off by. First it was a push out of B main, got Zelsis. The previous round it was off of the C side. What will it be now?
Is over at A position with a couple other players. All of that defensive sentinel utility continuing to be littered across that C site from Levius. Dark cover's being cycled as well. YZ, how aggro does he want to get? He's going to post up.
Op से मत मरना बे, नहीं.
Space. I mean, surely a contact
Don't
push
walk
back
into his
into
op.
main would be a free kill for YZ. You have to imagine.
Do you ever think to re-clear this spot for the attackers? It's
No,
so close to their side.
nice
The map
one.
for shoulder
That's
peek.
smart. That's
Nice
John is
jiggle pick.
lucky to get out of that one alive. Limping away.
Still got what the
Still
fuck?
keeps his weapon in this round.
Still got tagged भाई.
Knows, they've given
What
up
an
so much
insane
repetition
reaction.
That was possible for YZ. Gets away with his life. Sentinels at 45 seconds are pivoting back towards that BC area, kind of keeping their options open as they're activating that door. The shear wall is still here. They've had trouble dealing with that on some of these prior C executes. It's been tough for them to manage.
Not the right
बच
way
गए,
to
बच
sort of
गए,
follow
बच
up on
गए,
that
बच
haunt.
गए.
Sheer wall is still a problem. Sen don't have a way to safely clear it, to trigger it. They've got to go B.
Not even very much damage actually done. We are down to 20 seconds right now. Second satcheling in a couple players on
यार ये
defense.
कहाँ satchel मारता है?
Span through. John was just so weak.
And there's not much more to gain from this now.
Where around?
Zelsis heading over towards the C side, but that sheer wall's going to get come up either way, and Neff will be waiting. Narrate steps up, and this is tit for tat stuff, round for round. Sen and Billy exchanging haymakers to
वो
try
बे
and
उस
close the
बंदे
map.
की ऑप की वजह से पूरा राउंड निकला बे. उसने ऑप चला मतलब मारा भी नहीं एक भी किल, but still they were so fucking cautious about op
That would have been presumably
that they weren't able to focus on the other parts,
on the eco.
other aspect of the game.
They were in the right places in the right times, defensive.
They weren't able to execute
They
properly.
do a good job
in fear of
nullifying
an
the
op.
attempt from Sentinels to get back into that B site. Zekken in the air, shot down. Rusha ready to go. Sen, they are struggling dealing with this Vice over at sea. I've got to say, they're not getting that util out earlier, and they're fearing late having to go into it when the clock is getting low. There are those thorns on the ground they have to deal with. Players getting cut off by the sheer wall. You know, you can try to timing it where your Omen can TP top box, Zekken can get in, but it's still challenging.
But what is it that forced him to see in the first place? It was why is he pushing up on A, getting aggressive towards Rubble.
And that's exactly what you want to do with this operator. Once you've got it rolling with the Vice on this map, you take control and you just want to force the attackers to have to deal with that powerful defensive utility. You want to just route them into that sort of trap that you have laid on the opposite side of the map, and they pull it off there.
So there's got to be a game plan for this early round action that Sen have been opting out of more often than not. Is it another Rubble fight? Maybe try and explore B early and fight through some of that fade util that's been deployed there. All that and more to be answered in just a few moments. You can see that scoreboard. A good start in this half of Sentinels. Converting on the bonus is big. Billy have found their niche in this game. Wisey has carved it out, kill by kill with this operator.
In terms of the ult economy, you could be BLG had that Steel Guardian, but they're so close to 3 other ults. And realistically, the only thing that Sen can have on top of From the Shadows, which isn't all too viable unless you're going for one of those fast, deep teleport executes, is maybe John can get a kill, get the spike down, and use that pit to win out a post plant. But even at that, you use the pit, you have to stay in it, easy Steel Garden. Sure, maybe you have the shorty in it, so there are counterplays to the counterplays that are available if we get into a situation like that. But as of right now, it's Billy again, posting up, taking A control with that offline D.
There.
This time, Sen have to have a plan for this. They've got to, yep, you can see, they've got to be expecting YZ to be on this line. Versus the Prowler, YZ's far enough away that it actually doesn't need to be shot at. Now the second wave, Paranoia thrown in. This is awkward. Zekin not affected by it, but the rest of Sentinels are. Now though, time to burst forward. Wall comes down.
Nice.
So does YZ. That's the op out of the game. Russia has to ult from the shadows to TP back to his spawn for safety. And that opens this side of the map up for Sentinels.
Second is taking so much space.
ये क्या?
Back there, but
कूद के आ रहा है भाई.
misreading the timing.
2 बार लोगों ने थ्रो किया इन लोगों की साइड से. एक तो ये कूद के आया और एक वो उनका वाइस भी एक बार आ रहा था ऐसे ही.
And he was wrong. Billy now, you notice, yes.
वाइस या फिर फेड आई गेस दोनों में से कोई एक था. If I was their coach, I still like I would for sure would be mad.
3v5 scenario with no control of the site and with no duelist to work with.
That position from YZ got really messed up in the moment. It's tough to play around that Viper's wall close up. It feels like really you either need to be in front of it or you need to kind of be playing back towards the actual site, stairs. Because in that situation, when it drops, there's just multiple players on multiple angles that are going to be looking at you. It's hard to find a target even. You can see him trying to adjust. It's just too much. There's simply too much for him to try to look at. And too many players who have a much easier time dealing with him. I mean, look, he's just wide out in the open.
दोनों के बीच में से शॉट मारा.
That's how Sentinels realize they can take control of that operator held position. Use controller util to close the gap on them.
Really good
Hop when that wall comes down.
Really with those saves, Porta can buy again. Do still have the Steel Garden. YZ's got on the showstopper. He was 1 away and died. Kane 1 away from the Nightfall, 1 away from the Viper's Pit. They could get so many ults in this round, which they need desperately a couple players on. Horrendous cash, while Sentinels just have a bank to keep buying over and over.
This poison orb is set up to make even just trying to trigger the shear wall potentially lethal for Sentinels. They can't just duck in there and make it come up.
BLG, they do have that forward position over towards Rebel again. Same 2 players stacked up. Done a nice job re-clearing them though. Realizing that they're finding more success just working this A side of the map and essentially avoiding this Vice entirely.
Is the defensive showstopper play on the table for YZ here? Prowler out, looking the same as last round. Russia now with a bit of spray.
Second is fully committed.
He's out, he's out.
He's able to get out,
But again, where to from here? 40 seconds in the round. They've done nothing about that sheer wall at sea, which has been more than a small nuisance for Sen.
And there are still 2 anchors there, out in the open. That has to be
Bang,
traded.
bro. What the fuck, bro?
He paves the way for a
He's a fucking demon, bitch.
look at the seaside defenders. Now they've gotten in once again with a 2-player advantage. YZ might have to entry this with a showstopper, but Zekin is waiting for him to make his way out of that B connector. And he's ready for K9 as well. Bring me another, he says, and YZ acquiesces. An easy pick off once more for the Rays. And it is a dastardly scenario that Russia has to find a way to unravel.
Now there we go. Sen is about to seal the deal here.
To go for it. Sen encircling him to get away from the blast. Billy might have lost their biggest opportunity to get back in control of this map and series. Russia lucky to get away with his life.
Next round, Billy of course going to have to force up with everything they've got. They still have ultimates. That could turn the tide on a bad buy round to stay in the game. This is Sentinels on match point. 1 round away from making the playoffs. Going 2-0 to start this tournament after an 0-2 at Bangkok, finishing in disappointing fashion. playing with a hunger today. You can see it on their faces, especially Celsius in this game, locked in. Second back on the original agent that he made a name with years ago to propel him to the top of the American scene, is putting on a show on Lotus.
Billy have got a lot to commit into a round like this, though. Bang has already gotten pretty far forward, and Ryzen sees that barrel. The Guardian he maintained from the previous round pays dividends. That showstopper will be avoided. Maybe a little bit quick on the trigger finger is YZ. That Ray's ultimate's off the table now.
John just able to get a little bit off to the left there from YZ's perspective. Again, this is a situation where you do have Narrate over towards that C-mount side, just controlling the space, ensuring that no one is pushing up. Viper's Pit here now, going to make a potential execute there, an absolute nightmare.
You mentioned it.
Zekken only needs one for his
initiator ultimates to work with. Don't have a showstopper quite yet. Just inches short in all of those categories.
Maybe if they had the Nightfall, then they could throw that at the Pit, Prowler, the Viper, something like that, but it's not an option right now.
So is it a hard force? Hoping to catch a player positioned far forward, like we've seen from YZ in the past, but BLG are actually giving a lot more map control over
30
here.
seconds left.
Now SEN are going to run into this.
YZ doesn't.
भाई इसको मार लो ये
With the
YZ
box,
को
he needs to
मार
see over this
लो
wall and can't quite, so that's tree access now gained by Sentinels. Rygear though is ready. Pure stopping
ये
power.
राउंड गया
This time it's a Guardian shot to John QT's cranium.
12-10 लग रहा है मेरे को तो
12 seconds left. Sentinels have to go. Zekken getting sprayed down, but is able to find Rygear. YZ trying to disrupt with the blast pack, but gets
हक दिया रूशिया हक दिया
Zekken and Celsius.
रूशिया नहीं ये YZ हक दिया
For the series.
Steel Garden should be connecting onto both though. Celsius on the run. Zekken just has the shorty trying to play backside, but the showstopper as well. He got that with the spike going down.
Celsius is going to be jumped on in tree. Got nowhere to go. Primaries are available again. Back to back. Zekken and Celsius put Neff in a solo situation.
निकाल दिया राउंड भाई
Delivered.
Sentinels for the win.
In a Masters playoffs.
Zekken was an absolute phenom on their two map wins, the Neon on Sunset, and an even better performance as the Rays on Lotus puts up over 300 ACS, drops a 23 bomb on Billy, who made a serious go at it today. Nobody thought that they would be in this game. Expectations were for Sentinels to make it. People thought this was certainly their game to lose. They won, which frankly was the expectation, but in this fashion, I don't know. Billy made a serious go at it. That Icebox game from them was stunning individually. YZ had some unbelievable highlight reel moments.
And that was definitely the stumbling block for Sentinels, controlling that star player from Billy, who we know is always a problem.
निकाला
for
well
teams
played
such as
भाई
this,
well
but in
played
the end, they figure out how to answer that A-side operator play. They get that controller util up. Eventually, they can push YZ over. Let's set it down now to Jen Lee down on the stage for our Verizon post-match interview with John QT.
And it's going to be Sentinels in the playoffs! John, if I may have you over here. Yes, for a short interview. Lotus was a nail-biter, no?
Definitely, for sure, yeah.
Yeah, congratulations on making it to the playoffs. I mean, first one since Masters Madrid. You gotta be excited.
Yeah, definitely very excited. That was the goal coming into the tournament. Kind of beating our demons that we had in Bangkok because we got grouped, so we're very happy of our result.
Can you tell us a little bit about what happened in between Icebox and Sunset? Because it felt like after Icebox, you guys locked in.
Yeah, we realized on Icebox we just started super slow. They were just like running us down. We were not winning our fights and stuff like that, and we're just like, okay, guys, like let's give them a statement game. We're gonna 13-5 them on Sunset, and we did so it worked out.
Well, speaking of demons, we have other demons waiting for you in the playoffs. Who would you like to face for the first round of the playoffs?
To be honest, I don't care. Whoever dare to pick us, I'm down to play them. We're coming in very confident, so I'm pretty sure they don't want to see us.
Plus, you just avenged Energy. How are you feeling about that?
I don't really care.
Yeah, I thought you would say that, but congratulations once again. John QT, everybody!
Let's go.
없어 멈추기는.
Okay. Monyet.
몬jet은 이제 착하고 밥을 잘 먹습니다 일단. 밥을 굉장히 잘 먹어요. 맨날 뭐 사달라고 그러고 내가 무슨 지갑인 줄 알아. 아주 근데 하여튼 아주 착하고 밥을 잘 먹는 친구입니다.
Okay, Monyet, he's a sweet boy and he can eat a lot, has a great appetite, and he always forces Texture to buy him food, but still nice, sweet boy, and he can eat a lot. Okay, thank you for the compliment, Kara.
Yeah.
Oh, Bolster.
I like him.
보스터 일단 되게 뭐라 하지 이거를
유쾌하고
그러고 이제 모두와 이제 잘 지내려고 하고 일단 K-팝 좋아하고
아이돌
춤을 또 이제 잘 추기 때문에 이게 확실히 스타성이 좀 있지 않나
아무래도
네 그렇게 생각합니다.
Well, Booster's really funny and he gets along with pretty much everyone here in the venue and in the Valorant community. He also loves K-pop and the K-pop idols, and he's a great dancer. So yeah, great boy. Thank you guys so much for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
Welcome to what seems like our monthly scheduled Paper X versus Gen G showdown. I am your hosting, so I'm back here with Mel and Ender. Sentinels have booked themselves a ticket to the playoffs already, and Mel, and next team that could lock themselves in will come down to Gen G and Paper X, and this is a difficult one to call.
It really is, and I feel like even more so given how dominant both these teams were in their opening matches. I mean, 13 wins across the board is kind of insane, just makes it that much harder to predict.
But it does mean we're guaranteed a Pacific team advancing here 100%. And honestly, when you look at when these teams have faced off against each other, it has been so close for so long over the course of these teams' history.
Yeah, and they have faced off against each other 8 times in VCT at this point. Today will be their 9th, and because the scriptwriters are so nice with it, it's 4-4 apiece right now, and this is the tiebreaker.
It's the decider match. It's got to be good, right? But looking at it most recently, last 2 times it's been that face-off, Gen G have taken it once this year. It was a very close match between the 2 teams. It was a 2-1, but can I just say, Karen absolutely fragged out of his mind in this matchup. He was a demon.
I mean, if we're following the tournament storylines here, I'm gonna assume he's gonna pop up again with how great the controllers have been thus far. But yeah, I mean, someone argued Paper X is due for a win if Gen G has taken the last 2 with how close it was.
After their opening match, Mel, is it still even copium to say Paper X could potentially turn it around?
Oh, that's definitely not copium. If anything, I think a lot of people are expecting Paper X to win this out, considering how much momentum they've gained in the past 4 to 6 weeks with all these wins, since including Patman in the roster. I wouldn't be surprised if Paper X. I think it'd be, I'm personally leaning into Gen G, but it would be such a close game, like 51%, 49% in my eyes.
Yeah, and especially because it is a regional matchup. It's such a different beast than comparing like 2 teams from different regions meeting up on the stage for the first time. Like there's so many different layers of mind games because you know the tendencies of all the other players on the other team. You know how they like to call as well. So the anti-game that's going to be coming in here is going to be really high level.
Or could you apply it for the other way around as well? Maybe you have to get even one layer ahead, you know? You have to think about what they're doing to you and what you're doing to them, but you don't want to overthink.
I mean, that's the whole thing, right? Is like, when do you actually stop it going down? But no, I think, I mean, Mel, you can certainly speak to this, but like...
Mind games.
When you play a team in every single match so frequently, like, you do just have that natural read.
And I think when people imagine the word mind games and how the prep looks like coming into these repeated matchups, they're probably thinking the coaches are in the back 12 hours after the match, looking at every single VOD, looking at every piece of util, every small detail, every single little read. And that is true, but it also comes in the moments of ultra instinct that kick in when someone on the team needs to make a call just based off of what they've felt playing against these teams before. Sometimes the prep does go out the window because of those mind games, and it can come down to like a microsecond instinctual play that can make or break these rounds just from how many times they've played each other.
Now, one of the players that haven't actually tasted what it feels like in this matchup will be Patman, and this is what he and his opponent Munchkin said to Jen Lee earlier.
Hey guys, Jen Lee here with Munchkin and Patman. Now, let's face it, we don't really like regional matchups, but you haven't played against Gen G yet. So what are your expectations?
I'm sure it's gonna be a tough game, but I'm also happy that whoever wins among both teams is it's a Pacific team who's going to proceed for the playoffs. So I'm happy.
Okay, now Munchkin regional matchup. Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
This Toronto warm-up, we playoff go, right?
Oh, this is just a warm-up for both of you. You guys are going to make it to playoffs anyways. Okay, well, good. Thank you, and good luck.
For those people that have never seen Munchkin in this environment before and in interviews before, he is always like this. He's very confident, he's a little bit cocky at times, and Endo, I think he's earned the right to be.
Yeah, when you've been this good for so long, you absolutely have. It's so fun to watch, and honestly, with the opening showing that both these teams had, you've kind of got to believe his words as well, that they're both going to make it through regardless of what happens today.
I always ask this question when it comes to this matchup, but is one IGL better than no/5?
It's hard to say. I feel like we have seen, you know, given the fact that, I mean, this might be a little salt in the wound, but for the PaperX fans, they have gotten second so many times. So far, up to this point, I would argue having one guy be the person that can make those clutch calls at any moment, whether it's 12-12 in OT or it's like you're up 8-12 and you have to secure the match, I would argue having one IGL is better. But
oh yeah, sure. The IGL says that for job security.
Disagree.
No, I also agree.
I was gonna say, but I did do some recon. I asked Forsaken, you know, who's IGLing this event? And he looked at me and went, who do you think? And I said, all of you, and he said, yep. So there we go. Yeah.
I have a feeling though that I wanna believe in this theory. You guys can get on board here.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Forsaken may be leading you astray a little bit because Mini did say on his stream that he's been trying to build Forsaken up into that IGL role. So it could very well be a ploy to distract you from the real mastermind on PaperX.
When you said this to me last time, Mini was watch partying, and he said he was like, I never said that. Mel is chatting rubbish. Yeah, I know.
Okay.
I was like, there's no way.
I
I said the same. I was like, there is no way I'm taking Mini's side over Mel. Mel's never lied.
No, why would Mel lie?
And Mini has lied multiple times.
This is also true. And you know what? I'm going to tell you something that is not a lie, okay? Jing freaked out in his last matchup. This guy who was so sick. His entry pathing, both on the Raze and the Omen over on Icebox, was so good, Yin. So, I mean, just look at this. Mixing up his diving into backside. Yeah, nice just movement, like in terms of air strafing as well, to get on top of the box in the previous clip. I just really liked what we were seeing out of him consistently.
I think his aggression has just always been unmatched. It's honestly funny to see. He's been doing this for years, and yet still it takes people off guard every time just because of how explosive it is, and he has the mechanics to just kill you right when he lands.
Yeah, and there were even rounds in that Icebox game where he's just instantly, like, round start, teleporting up on the attacking side, up into pipes, peeking. Within, like, 3 or 4 seconds, he's getting opening kills. He's playing Omen like I've never really seen someone play on that map.
Just a cheeky 10-1, you know, in opening engagements against Team Heretics. Wild stuff. And it gets even wilder because if you look at Forsaken's performance, somehow he matched what Jing was doing on Astra.
Yeah, and he was playing so actively, I think, especially in late round situations. There were a lot of times the rounds got down to like 3v3s, 2v2s, things like this, and he would just like sit around on a late lurk timing or actually push in front of his walls, his smokes at times. He was just completely locked in.
Especially this round that's on the screen now was such a beautiful play by Forsaken. I mean, obviously his aim is incredible, we all know that, but it's his ability to absorb and retain all the information and the best plays you can make on so many different agents. There's a reason why we don't see it so often in the pro scene, because it is so difficult, yet he makes it work.
Yeah, and the stats here, he does this on every agent he plays. You know, it doesn't matter what kind of agent, what role, initiator, you know, anything, he can do this. But here's the thing, Mel. How much do we read into the PaperX victory against Heretics, and also the Gen G victory against MIBR? Because if you take that at face value, they're the two best teams in the tournament right now.
I think we can definitely read into it. I think Team Heretics, I know they had an insanely, you know, like I will say poor performance, but PaperX did make it look so clean. And I wonder how much you can fault Team Heretics for it, because PaperX brought so much energy and so many good game plans and so much good like kills and highlights that, I mean, to get a 13-1 like that, you do have to give them credit. Like, there's nothing else you can say. And the same thing applies for Gen G. Having that 13-1 against MIBR, mind you, has Ospas, a guy that shows up to internationals and makes him look not nearly as dominant, is an insane feat. So you 100% need to give your credit to both of these teams.
Yeah, would you agree? The Gen G MIBR puts Gen G as the front runner at Smith Stage?
I mean, again, it's so close between the two teams. I am leaning towards Gen G, though. thought they were completely lights out in the way they play. And honestly, in some ways disrespectful to the fights they were taking against MIBR, especially once they got to a numbers advantage. They would just keep re-swinging into lines and just outperforming, out-reacting, out-aiming their opposition, which MIBR is a completely stacked roster in terms of individual talent. So the fact that like Gen G was dipping them to the level they were in server just speaks volumes to their own talent.
And I don't think you need to understand the Pacific region. You could be from any region, watch a game and understand how Texture likes to play. Surely at this point, I know we haven't seen the first seeds yet, but is it too early to say best operator player in the tournament?
I mean, the best operator on the Neon for sure. Look at how quick he's rotating, and this is what I mean. The disrespectful refights. There, he's got the stun beast coming back into the line a second time. He goes for a third one as well. He was feeling himself.
When we think of prolific operas, we think jet players, people that take their one, dash out, re-peek, but he makes the Neon op look so seamless. His movement, his ability to immediately go into the either running or dropping a relay bolt on the ground to break the spacing, it's just so skillful. It's so beautiful to watch.
Yeah, during the press conference, you know, a question was asked to him, who would you like to play after this game in the future? And he basically said, it really doesn't matter, I'm the best opper here. And I really don't think he's wrong. You know, Kankan didn't make it to this tournament. That probably is the only guy I can think of that could challenge him. So how much work, Mel, will PaperX have to do to make sure they don't make the same mistakes as MIBR?
I think they're going to have to match his energy with an operator of their own in something, in my opinion, but also be really diligent about the anti-op protocols. You cannot be lazy. You need to track where the opera is or make good assumptions and good guesses on where they can be.
And that's where I'm a little bit worried for PaperX. I'm not sure if they actually have the ability to deal with Texture's op. It is such a game-changing element coming in, regardless of what map the Gen G are going to be playing. And when you compare this matchup to Something, obviously Something, very talented player in his own right, but I feel like Texture has just been in a league of his own so far.
I almost think a lot of these times you just have to out-weird them a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, throw in some curveballs. Don't
get funky with it.
Yeah, or you do the 2021 CNED strat, which is you find Texture, oh, he's here, run. Get out of here, go to the other side. Is that a viable game plan?
Yes, absolutely. There is no shame in doing that. Avoiding, I mean, the op is such a powerful ability, or not ability, sorry, a powerful gun. It is totally valid to try to book and run, but here's the thing. If you aren't running into Texture, you're running into Ash. He is solo by himself, rifling, and he'll take down 4, even if you can avoid the offer.
I mean, honestly, there were a few rounds that, like, Gen G realistically should have lost, like that clip from Haven, where he's just getting a 4K out of seemingly nowhere. It was just insane seeing what this guy can do on the global stage.
But also, like you guys said, if there's anyone that might be able to bring a game plan that works, might be able to find a solution, it is an opponent that you faced many times. And just on some of the rookies too, and it doesn't even feel like they're making a debut on a global stage. They look so unflappable.
They seemed so in control in that game, right? And again, they absolutely dominated MIBR, but it's a game like that you know, brings the newer players out, and it's just all of a sudden there's no even semblance of nerves, right? You are locked in from the get-go. You're feeling so confident now heading into today's matchup. It's like you've been here a million times before.
It's so cool to see, considering when you join a roster of people that have won so much before, when they've made such deep runs and they've won a Masters, I can imagine you feel the pressure that you want to not only make yourself proud, but make your teammates proud of you and earn the trust that you deserve to be here. And the fact that he showed up only shows good signs and good tidings for Gen G.
And for me, though, it'll be interesting, Mel, to see what happens when they're down, because neither team have even faced any challenges so far on this stage.
There is a lack of adversity for both teams. That's a great point I hadn't really thought about, but I'm really interested to see how they will come back. What are the game plans going to look like? What are the changes we're going to see? And the predictions, I mean, Yenzu, of course.
Yeah. I am literally in the gutters.
It's tough for you, but honestly, I was interested. I was asking all our Pacifics colleagues, so like, you've got 2 for Gen G with Achilleos and Gen. Paper then went for PaperX. Makes sense. It's in the name, but honestly, none of them feel very confident in it. I don't feel like this is a matchup that can really go either way.
I think out of all of the matchups we are going to see is one of the more 50-50 ones for a reason. Of course, today will be the 9th time we see PaperX take on Gen G. So without further ado, the players are ready backstage. Let's send them down and bring out the players. This is one of the most competitive rivalries in Valorant we have never seen. Today will be the tiebreaker, and not only that, the winner will be advancing straight to playoffs.
So much on the line here. Both teams 4-4 versus each other all time, but we have never seen this roster of PaperX against Gen G with Patman in the fold, so it is a new ball game.
It's interesting, both teams have cores that have such great deep runs in tournaments, and both have rookies on the team meant to breathe new life into these teams, and I just can't express how excited I am as an America's player to just be here in America and seeing this live, because normally we're up till 3 a.m. watching it, but being here, experiencing it live is a whole other feeling entirely.
And looking at the Omen map select here, it is 3 completely different maps than the last time they faced each other, and I forgot to even mention, Suggest was playing the last time these two faced each other, which is a bit of a throwback here. But what do you guys make of the map pool here?
I mean, what, we got SEN, we got Icebox. That Icebox coming in after what happened to Team Heretics is definitely going to be a fun one. But seeing things start on SEN, this is a map, again, Gen G played very much by the book. Haven't seen it so far this tournament out of them, but this is like the classic Gen G, back to the basics, fundamental Valorant map for them.
Exactly, and I think Ascend is a map where you are punished more so for your mistakes than really any other map. It's kind of a battle between who can make the least mistakes, especially because this map has been played for so long. And honestly, everything that's to do on this map has been done, has been seen, so I'm interested to see where the fights are going to take place exactly. I feel like we're going to see long, drawn-out rounds, at least from the side of Gen G.
Yeah, the slow rounds, and what does that mean? All of a sudden, the value of an operator goes way through the roof. So winning pistol rounds, setting up your econ early on in FAP, getting that into the hands of Texture, and you can run away with them out.
Now, I don't want to read into anything, but when PaperX did experiment here outside of VCT recently, they ran Deadlock Chamber. Is that something you think could work perhaps on the global stage against Gen G?
I think it could, given that we were talking about so much about the op prowess, and having a chamber player, you're pretty much setting them up onto these lines and getting the operator in their hands as soon as
Holy shit, let's go! PaperX versus Gen G.
I mean, that would just be the
This is gonna be a hell of a fight, chat.
Versus the
Hell of a fight.
Wall PaperX style would definitely be a fun clash to see.
I'm hoping we see something funky, because again, I don't want to read too much into it. They've had a little bit of time since
It's gonna be
then to
amazing.
work on this. It will also be the first Ascent we see in Masters Toronto. All of the teams have not really been favoring this map so far, so Mel, I'm happy that the first time we see this is these two teams that aren't afraid to get weird.
And I'm honestly looking towards Gen G, because
This is gonna be amazing,
really
guys.
lean into Viper. That has been their read, and their response to Teo getting nerfed is, can we incorporate double controller into a lot of maps? And Ascent normally isn't a map where you see a lot of double controller, but if any team is going to make that gamble, I could 100% see Gen G doing it.
You don't see a lot of it nowadays, but it is playable on the map. And you think, like, through the history of the game, there's been a lot of teams that have experimented with it. We've seen Loud play styles like that. Yeah, exactly. And honestly, there's a lot of cool things you can do with a pick
Let's
like that.
go.
Even in terms of, like, denying an enemy offer on the attacking side as well. So, I don't know. To me, Gen G, they're still in my head, this team that plays these older styles, but with us seeing more and more of them playing the double controller, there's certainly some options.
I'm not going to, I'm not going to deny a Korean team playing the Korean comp on Ascend, that they invent, the stuff that they invent on this map, we still, everyone else still copies this, so if it works, if it ain't broken, don't fix it type of vibe.
Yeah, that's kind of Gen G's way. I feel like they've just got such a keen understanding of how to play.
Don't touch my Nongjin.
From a calling way, from an individual style as well, that you have to.
भाई लोगों का क्या प्रोडक्शन है ना भाई एकदम चकाचक perfect lightings, perfect stage setup.
Ascent was the birthplace of us seeing that really
So much goes into this, goes into the, like, goes behind the scenes,
I remember in the off season, people were watch partying PaperX's games and their off
Tables
be
भी
like, whoa, they're
काफी
using
सही है
this
भाई.
on Ascent, they're waiting for their drone, and it sounds crazy to say, but PaperX of the old was such a dual-heavy team, and I really feel like this was the birthplace of when we started to see PaperX. Are we getting a shoey on broadcast?
The Red Bull shoey!
That's crazy.
So why are you
Ah, VLT fan, let's go.
one of those, Christy?
Are we?
Because there's no way you could make me do that.
When you say no way, there is always a way. Everybody has a price. What
No.
needs to happen for us to get you? to
Not
do
out
that?
of a shoe, sorry.
But if it was a clean shoe, brand new shoe.
Yeah. What if it was, who's your favorite player in this tournament?
No!
What if it's their shoe?
That's worse. Absolutely worse.
Oh no, what about you, Mel? One of you two, let's have some fun.
Okay. If it was a clean shoe,
Yeah.
maybe. But on more important things here with Agent Select.
If we get a double chamber head-to-head, I'll do it. You know what, I'm not gonna back down.
There is a 0% chance Gen G play chamber.
Well, Foxy Knight is hovering it, and if this somehow happens, I will do a shoey in the crowd. And if this is, you know, evidence that I would do it. But if they're all hovering right now, nobody has locked in. They're teasing us.
They're just keeping us on our toes.
All 10 hovering.
Yeah.
This is different.
And if a chamber does get picked, I want to say it was Divide that played the chamber, of course, before. So if it goes over to Jing, I'm not going to complain, but it doesn't look like we're going to get the chamber versus chamber.
Oh man, I need someone to lock. My anxiety is through the roof. I have anxiety, y'all. Okay,
We got a
KO.
KO. Normality has returned. Yes.
Almost too
VLT
normal.
fan, let's go.
Yes, the agent you must play on this map.
Yeah, it's too normal. Look at the other side of these hovers. The hovers on the other side tells a very different story.
Oh, it's Viper for Divide.
A
Wait,
Viper out of
It's happening. Oh my god, they've looked.
Wait, Gecko?
It's made Viper Gecko on Ascent.
Wow, this is a complete reversal of who I thought was going to be picking Viper. This is insane.
But again, like, I think Viper is so cool. They're starting on defense, unfortunately, but once they move to attack, like, you can do things like put mid-orbs, you can put mid-walls as well. There's a lot of different additive smokes you can make to just make the Jet's life on the other side really difficult with y'all.
You know what I was saying earlier about Ascent? What's there to be seen is out there, but this is completely subverting everything that I've laid out. 4 of the agents Paperex is playing are so off meta. This could prove to be difficult for Gen G.
Yeah, and they did run this comeback at Masters Madrid. I knew I'd seen it somewhere before. It's time to throw this over to your casters, making their debut casting Gen G versus Paperex on the global stage. It's Achilles and Paperfin.
Well, here we go. It's the first time that you and I get to cast these two teams up against each other at an international event. And we're still getting weird stuff. Paperex continuing to iterate and to develop. Is this burnt? Is this going
क्रेजी डिटेल्स है बे इनके प्रोडक्शन की छोटी-छोटी जगह पे मतलब बहुत नीट एंड क्लीन इन लोगों ने कर रखा है जैसे वो स्टेज के एकदम बॉर्डर पे पूरा एलईडी fucking good bro.
I mean, early with the toxic screen, it's going to be cutting off the front of A, and they're setting up some kind of mid-hit, but all of Gen G right now leaning in the A direction. The one way there from Forsaken to slow it down just a bit, but this has been looking A all the way for Gen G. They're just doing a little bit of diligence, checking wine with the knife, making sure that that's going to be clear for this push forward. And some pressure going to be put potentially on the Patman early, but they're not really quite reading this just yet.
It's going to be the recon forward. Smoke here. Cut off that door. Nanoswarm as well going to be invested. Forces Divide away, so they can stick around to try to spray through that smoke. Minor amounts of damage taken here by a couple players on the side of Gen G, but for now we'll have sight under their control as they look to try to go for this plan, but Paperex do not want to allow that to happen. Forsaken is just running at them. Managing to find one. Ash ready to get back. Forsaken with a second.
Holy shit.
Piece of the pie. And suddenly we find ourselves now in the 1v1. The tap.
Wow. Foxy 9 wins
Finds
this?
the headshot. There's Gen G continuing in pistol dominance. Didn't drop one yesterday. Looks like we're looking to stick to the same script here.
Talk to me, boys. Talk to me.
Scissors in the game plan there. Paperex looking mid all the way.
Just give us a second.
Just thinking A, and the retake looked pretty good initially for Paperex. They throw in a paranoia. They're using the fade util to force all the players into hell, and they have a real good chance. Jing didn't quite find the shots though with the sheriff. And that forces Forsaken into the 1v1 after he cleans out hell. Can't quite finish the job against Foxy. Close. But Gen G comes out just ahead in a very important opening pistol on their attacker's side.
A full investment, everybody with a weapon beyond the pistols here for Gen G. With that Guardian Foxy 9, Marshall in hand, waiting to see if there's any kind of big push out of the A site, but Paperex, they've already rotated and stacked everybody here at B. Is he up over the top, taking chasing, finding one, but Munchkin answering back in reply, that Stinger able to find quick kills, the Spectre as well. SMG's coming out on top here. Still going to commit to the pivot across towards that A site, so still maybe an opportunity for something to get the jump and find a bit more damage here. Here's the footsteps, finds the headshot instantaneously. Scout dodges. Now finds himself with a weapon in hand, but Foxy 9 will be able to get the shot. So a bit of damage going to be suffered here, but Gen G managed to get the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're going to keep a couple of those Guardians over. Very potent weapons in the hands of those players. Paper Rex had a couple Sheriffs in there, but mostly be up with rifles, a few half armors, regen shield for Jing. Off the rip here, Forsaken just playing that corner for the Sheriff. Catman scoops it up, tries to go for something, but Card Munchkin not having much of it. Foxy 9 reliable on the back end in 2 rounds in a row for Gen G. Things getting scrappy between 2 teams who know each other very, very well. Last year in Pacific, of course, faced off in the kickoff and stage 1 grand finals. One going Gen G's way, one going Paper Rex's way. So there is quite a bit of history here. Both teams want this win desperately, but as you saw in the pre-show interview with them, there's a lot of love on both sides.
Counting on the flash, no one there to receive it though. Forsaken go for a couple straight shots through here. Does nearly find some damage. Just a pixel out of place there. Out of the noise, Gen G try to convince Paper Rex to maybe try to rotate out. Wingman now sprinting forward. Doesn't spot anything.
This is something back on Gecko.
Alright boys, we're back. I guess we'll just go back to playing comp now. Paper X versus Gen G का उतना मतलब है, it's exciting match. I kind of want to play right now. I'll bet myself on Paper X. I guess they'll be getting the win. But I mean, yeah, at the same time, you just can't take Gen G for granted. Absolute menace, you know, when it comes to beating teams like Paper X.
The pre-fire will find one count, now going to be dead as well. Something away with the elimination. Going out, spotting the drop down. Munchkins gets that kill. Foxy out now. Foxy out now striking in from behind.
क्या मारा है भाई?
Runs him down for 3.
Gen G भाई full domination.
Just incredible stuff here from Gen G.
Full domination, bro.
My ultimate's ready!
आगे एक गेम लगा देना.
गेम लगा मतलब?
डेथ मैच.
हाँ लगा लो.
Bro, Sentinel won.
Yes, कल भी आज भी.
Crazy.
चलो फर्स्ट मैप थोड़ा इन लोगों का दिक्कत है इस बॉक्स में. नो डुअलिस्ट कॉम जो है इनका थोड़ा प्रॉब्लमैटिक है वो.
पर वो भी
ओके गूगल
मैच फाउंड बढ़िया थे.
हाँ वो तो है. बिली अच्छी है.
ये वाला लास्ट वाला भी मतलब जीता है लेकिन क्लोज था.
हाँ नहीं लोटस का इनका अच्छा है. लाइक कल भी जो लोटस खेले उस पे डिफेंस पे 9-3 था. आज भी अराउंड 9-3 था या 8-4 था.
8-4
ऐसे कुछ.
डेथ मैच.
तो डिफेंस में उन लोग निकाल ले रहे हैं लोटस में काफी अच्छे. और अटैक साइडेड मैप है तो
वो तो है
सही है.
Dominating. Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding. Fight! Embarrassing.
जेंजी वाला ये वाला मैच तो भाई जेंजी डोमिनेट कर रहा है।
दोनों एपैक टीम भाई इजी खेलते हैं उन लोग।
What the fuck? This guy was AFK. Spare me.
Ay, corazón. Ay, corazón.
Holy shit, बे क्या जंप मारो?
Finished. For dead. Dominating.
यार एस करने पे जो आवाज आता है कान फट जाता है।
हाँ
Adiós. Ay, corazón. Ay, corazón. Three souls. You're done. Pathetic.
Nice. Cypher का snap भी है।
Ten kills remaining. Ay, corazón. Insecto. Dominating. Hush. 5 kills remaining. One kill remaining.
चल आजा। अबे मैंने आज ये BLG वालों में से किसी को देखा भी, वो सिलिका वाले पाउच रखते हैं बे टेबल पे हाथ में,
हीट पैड्स।
पसीना पोंछने के लिए। मैंने कहा गजब।
नहीं हीट पैड रहता है वो,
हीट पैड
पसीना पोंछने के लिए नहीं है। हीट पैड है वो वहाँ पर टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करने के लिए बहुत हाई मतलब बहुत लो रहता है ना टेम्परेचर,
उसके लिए क्या हीट पैड तो नहीं लगा
हाँ
मेरे को तो।
हीट पैड
अच्छा
ये लोग बोलते भी है ना, जैसे इसका एने का होता है ना जब,
हाँ
तो उसमें बोले थे एक बार। मेरे को
हाथ-
पहले वही लगता था कि हाथ में पसीना वगैरह पोंछने के लिए रखते होंगे,
हाथ ठंडे ना हो जाए इसलिए।
हाँ ठंडे ना हो जाए इसलिए वो एक्चुअल में
सही है। मेरे को पहले देख के वही लगा क्योंकि सिलिका के जैसा ही वो पैकेजिंग लग रहा था उसका।
हाँ
आज भी बहुत अच्छी फैंटम आई है स्टोर में, बट आई कैन नॉट इन्वेस्ट एनी मोर।
फैंटम है ना आप पे?
है रिकन है ना, इसीलिए तो। बट उसके अलावा जो एक इकलौती एक जो पसंद है, वैसे 2 पसंद है, वो ओनी फैंटम एक तो, और नियो फ्रंटियर। उसका शूटिंग साउंड एंड एनिमेशन
बहुत सही है वो चीज़।
नियो फ्रंटियर आया है अभी, लेकिन I'm gonna buy right now.
Match found.
Ball. क्या बात है? ड्यूअल खेलूं क्या? ड्यूअल खेलने का मन कर रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों।
खेलो।
Which
फ्लैश चाहिए रहेगा वैसे भी।
फ्लैश
एक ये लेना, कोई सेंटिनल लेना।
क्या?
बैकस्टैब वाला, या फिर तुझे इनिशिएटर खेलना है तो बोल, मैं खेल लूंगा सेंटिनल।
डबल सेंटी खेलना है क्या?
अरे इसने सीज लॉक कर लिया ना, क्या कर सकते हैं। इस तो बैकस्टैब के लिए कोई नहीं है ना, बड़ा मैप है।
तो I can play Gecko if you want to play.
Play Gecko. I'll play Sentinel.
चल रहा है, ठीक ही चल रहा है। हाँ
क्या
1-7 चल रहा है, ठीक चल रहा है।
7 Gen G ना?
अच्छा सॉरी ना उल्टा चल रहा है।
7 Gen G होगा ना?
7 Gen G।
सामने भी ठीक ठाक ही है कॉम्प। ट्रैकिंग वाला सामने वाला बेटर है कॉम्प हमारे से एक्चुअली। देखते हैं।
फ्लैश नहीं अपने पे, गेको है सिर्फ। उन पे भी एक ही चलेगा, देखते हैं।
डिफेंस पे अच्छा खेलना चाहिए सेज, वरना मतलब नहीं। देखते हैं।
Impressive engineering for a precarious little place.
Let's go.
I'm out. Now we wait. Blinding crack.
I guess I'm gonna go full util maybe. Yep, that would be nice.
Sage, battle Sage.
Probably B.
A main पे आवाज आई.
A main पे आवाज है ना.
मैं deep art
B भी है sound.
Okay.
A main छोड़ दे. वो wall आ जाए.
B smokes.
ये पे retake कर लेंगे.
चिल है. 4 पिक मत करो आराम से.
पीछे गए.
Reloading.
Get arts.
Reloading.
See spawn एक close.
Enemy spotted. Weapon here.
Okay, 3 here.
यहाँ पे 3 बंदे.
उधर ही आएंगे.
Someone's there. Gotcha.
Target down.
One enemy remaining. Spike down B. 30 seconds left. If you can't do something right, don't do it at all.
I know what must be done. Go and see.
यूरोप पे ऑलमोस्ट थक दिया था मैंने. मुझे लगा वो अंदर टीपी नहीं मारेगा.
मारेंगे में.
Need a drop. Gun here. Going C. Get on. Going C. Going C.
Mid.
आर्ट्स में रिकॉन है इसका.
Right there.
इन्फो नहीं गई कोई.
Mid से mid.
Sorted. Sword activated. Flash trap destroyed.
यहाँ पर. B.
गन थी
B entered.
B planting.
रोटेट.
Spike planted.
Nice.
22 euro. Euro dead.
90 clove. एक लेके और एक लेके.
One enemy remaining.
Really
Last
main
player
है.
standing.
90 low, 90 low, 90.
Outlaw डाल है.
Clutch.
अरे भाई ये मिड पे किसने पुश किया था यहाँ पे घूम के गया.
Hey man.
Save करो.
I'm sorry,
Save
Sage.
कर,
She
save
didn't
करो.
mean it.
Save करके एक साइड स्टार्ट कर.
Now we win.
We can overcome. Flashing. Enemy spotted A.
Drop
in a scoop. Your fault.
Nice.
I'm out.
मेरे पे क्यों मत रहे. ठीक है भाई शॉट ही था.
डैमेज दिया तूने उसको.
नहीं.
I should have flashed. मुझे लग रहा था flash.
I need healing. I need healing.
What? Not ready yet.
Drop in a scoop.
B जाएंगे वो लोग.
Here. Gun here.
Spike planted.
Here.
Link है.
क्लोन ना है उसका लिंक.
Last player standing. I want Yoru's head.
सेज आर्ट्स वॉल कर ले
Figuratively.
और
आर्ट्स
डोर
डोर वॉल कर लेना, डोर पे उसका अच्छा वॉल है आर्ट्स से।
चलेगा चलेगा।
We can do this.
एक साइड वॉल हो भाई, कहीं पर भी हो बस।
Dream big, make it happen.
Who's next?
Saw you, Mosh.
इस वॉल करके आके आर्ट्स
Just spike planted. Not ready yet. Flash placed. Blinding.
So वह इधर पे है secret।
One enemy remaining.
Fun. My turn.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
अरे 120 भाई क्या कर रहे हैं लोग?
ये क्या वॉल है
भाई? सेज तू वॉल निकाल रहा है
भाई, क्या ये वॉल है यार? क्या खेलते यार ये सेज ऐसे भाई? कौन सा डिफ्यूज वॉल?
अरे मत रख डिफ्यूज वॉल मत रख, तू एक साइड वॉल कर और डोर्स वॉल कर रहे हैं तो आर्ट्स जाके खेल ले बस, मत कर।
ऐसे आ जाते हैं
क्या है यार ये सेज। वो 120 था, उसको कोई एक हिट भी नहीं किया भाई।
अरे ये बंदा वहां जाके वॉल हाथ में निकाल के घूम रहा है, ऐसा
देख रहा ना, देखा उसको।
वापस
Here.
जा रहा है
Here. Here. Here.
मेरा ये देखो पीछे फुट से जा रहा। साइड इन
Cornball.
Enemy spotted B.
Dizzy's up.
Never lag.
Blow him up, Mosh.
मार ले
Load the stage.
यूरोपी सी हॉल
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
बढ़िया।
You are in our way.
चार बंदे हुए फ्लैश, व्हाट द फक?
Race it to the spike sites.
हाँ वो अच्छा था। जेट ब्लू यूरो एंड सिल्वर चारों फैशन।
Anyone need anything?
मिड पे चेंबर पे भी मस्त निकलती।
Need healing.
Nice. Rush up and away. Somebody's there. Mosh pit.
Spike down A.
राइट चेक कर ली
Right there.
Spike spotted A. Swords activated. Spike's here.
Get him, wingman. The wingman's down.
One enemy remaining.
ये मिड भाई तेरे को यहाँ बी पे दिख रहा है हॉल पे।
हाँ तो उसने ये किया ना।
Right there.
Last player standing.
भाई ये कहाँ देख रहा था जेट?
तो यूरो बी हॉल देखा, उसके बाद मिड टीपी कर लिया, बोलता मिड पे तो
Probably
था।
best to play as a team.
Yeah.
Can someone get this? What's the plan?
Agradecemos a sua visita ao Jardim dos Heróis, criado em poucos corajosos heróis que salvaram
मेरे को भी लग रहा है
Now we
उसी
wait.
तरफ आएंगे, मैं वहीं पे
बी पे एक और आ जाओ।
Ándale.
my way.
अबे बाय नहीं किया।
Who's next?
मैं पीछे से खेल रहा हूँ जेट थोड़ा।
Jet grounded.
Up you go. Someone's there.
Weapon here.
टीपी मारा है वो वापस।
You did good.
Flashing. Enemy spotted.
एक मेन पे है। बी पे रह गया। बी केयर बी केयर बी केयर। बी पे रहे यहाँ पे ऊपर।
नहीं नीचे से क्रॉस करके आ सकता मैंने।
One enemy remaining.
Mid the last. Connectors.
30 seconds left.
Right there.
On site.
10 seconds left.
Enemy spotted A.
Solid.
Spike planted.
I got you.
Was that important?
Win. Show me where to go.
I need a weapon.
ये या तो लड़की हो सकती है या तो फिर लो आईक्यू प्लेयर।
ना लड़की नहीं है। लड़की लोग सुन लेते हैं भाई एटलीस्ट बात।
वो भी है। Should I buy full share?
Come on, little homies. Let's get it.
Nah.
Spike down B.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has targets. Saw you, Mosh.
हॉल से आएगा तेरे पास ब्रो।
Drop in a smoke.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Main.
Wingman भेज दे।
There.
कीट ले ले कीट।
मैं डिफेंस ले रहा ऑफ लो।
We do what we do. Get back to chilling.
फुल शील्ड ले ले।
मिड डोर्स खेल ले सेज।
You want to play? Let's play.
Sword mid. Link. Multiple link.
Let's go. Somebody's there.
Irrelevant. My ult's ready.
ये पे है probably देखो।
Enemy spotted A.
Blow him up, Mosh. It's all you, little homie. Run, little man.
मैं ये smoke कर
30
सकता हूँ।
seconds left.
No peeking.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
No peeking. See ya.
दोनों बार
One enemy remaining.
ऑफ ले ले ना इधर ऑफ ले ले हाँ पर मैं नहीं हो पाया मेन पे ऊपर
We are too damn good at this.
ऐसे जोर वॉल का ले भाई
Vai com ligação à superfície aproxima-se da plataforma 1. Os passageiros sensíveis a alterações de pressão magnética poderão sentir alguns.
Now we wait.
Launching thorns.
Rip and tear.
Who's next?
बी पे है आई गेस
मिड पे भी है
बी मेन पे पिक किए थे बंदे
और
मिड पे उसने मारा
आठ पे
Wall trip. Thorns are locked away. Someone's there. Bring me the arsenal. Osmond. Go get him, buddy.
Multiple enemies. B.
पीछे जा रहा है हील देना सेज
यूरो मिड में मारा क्या
आ रहा हूँ
नहीं
यूरो पता नहीं
यूरो पे शॉटगन है एक और मिड पे डोर टूटेगा वेट कर यूरो का क्लोन नहीं है ठीक है
ठीक है
नाइस
जीजी दोनों यहाँ पे थे लास्ट
एक का मिड पे था लास्ट
मैं यहाँ पे आ गया
लोग का
मिड होल्ड कर मिड
मैं कनेक्टर जा रहा
मैं होल्ड कर रहा हूँ
मैंने हाँ
अरे आवाज दे दी मैंने
30 seconds left.
आठ की तरफ है सो
One enemy remaining.
प्लांटिंग प्लांट करो
नाइस
I'm amped. Let's go. I got
Can
things
someone
to
get
do.
this?
बाय दे दो उसको और
हो गया
दे दिया
हाँ कर रहा हूँ और अब
She's not ready.
ये पे
स्मोकिंग
अबे आ गए ये
सब है क्या
जब
40 क्लब
Spike planted.
थोड़ा होल्ड कर लो नाइस
कर में
Like I never left.
One enemy remaining.
Dug out.
डिफ्यूज
Diffuse.
Dizzy's up top.
Last round before the switch.
I didn't hear how you do it. Just
spend all your money. Let me buy a short answer.
बाय देना जल्दी
मिड ने Landing.
Spike planted.
Be faster. Enemy spotted A.
A cards.
Last player standing.
Saw you, Mosh.
चलो 8-4 not bad.
उन पे कोई सेंटिनल भी नहीं है.
Switching sides. Ability, dedication, time.
बात तो सही है वैसे साइड का
That's all
एक्सेस
we
तो बहुत
need.
इजी मिलेगा.
Can someone buy me, please?
आफ्टर प्लांट बस होल्ड करना है.
अरे बहुत डम खेल रहा है. अपने वॉल को देख रहा है मिड पे, ये नहीं कि आर्ट्स आ जा.
ए पे जाऊँ मैं बी पे रख करता हूँ. तो वॉल है तो वॉल कर दो.
फर्स्ट राउंड स्प्लिट खेलने की जगह एक काम करते हैं, डायरेक्ट बी में नहीं रश कर दो ना तब साथ में. इसका वॉल करके हम खेल लेंगे.
Now we wait. Flash place. My blind is dead.
मारा जो. कोई तो क्लोज इजी. Close it.
Fall back. Many enemies B. Healing you. Reloading.
एंगल चेक किए क्या? रुक जाओ, स्मोक जाने दो आराम से.
Reloading.
फ्लैंक टेक लो बस आराम से.
Reloading.
मेरे पास साउंड कट कर दो गाइस, साउंड कट.
Reloading. Wall tripped.
देखा है फ्लैंक वाले को देखो पहले.
वो
एकदम मैं सेफ खेल रहा हूँ, ठीक है? आप अकेले पिक कर रहे हो.
सोआ को टैग दिया मैंने.
स्मोक कम भी.
रुक जा.
हम मिड से आ रहे हैं.
Someone's in attacker spawn.
फ्लैंक भाई क्या कर रहे हो भाई? खेलना आता है क्या भाई? तुम लोग तीनों अलग अलग क्यों जा रहे हो?
Last player standing.
Folded.
चेंबर भी है सब.
30 seconds left.
Cornball.
30 close. Blind.
Dizzy's up.
One enemy remaining.
ये भी पता.
So attacked है ना? किसी ने तो बता रहा.
Yes.
मैंने किया था थोड़ा सा. अरे टाइम नहीं है.
अरे
10 seconds left.
कुत्ता भी नहीं भागता है.
भाई तुम लोग को वापस भी बोल रहा था ना आने, तुम लोग कहाँ अलग अलग चले गए?
उतना डीप कौन जाता है भाई फ्लैंक देखने के लिए?
दिख गया कि फ्लैंक नहीं है तो
I feel no empathy
वो
for them.
रहना चाहिए
What
भाई.
does that say about me? Don't answer. It was rhetorical.
जेट भाई तेरे को भी 4 कॉल दिए भाई, तू शूट किए जा रहा है भाई. साउंड कट कर दे तो उधर ही हो जाता गेम अपना.
चेंबर मिड पीक ले रहा है. मिड पे ही खेलता है.
मिड टू या मिड टू बी कर सकते हैं एक साथ.
पीक्स निकालो ना मिड पे पहले.
पिक्स थोड़ी ना निकलेगी वैसे. 105 मारा.
Spike down mid.
0 डैमेज दिया
I
इसने.
have the spike. There.
Enemy spotted A.
Ghost ले लो
Spike
बड़ी.
carriers down.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
साले का क्लोन.
Stand down.
104 euro.
जेट और यूरो दोनों लो है.
जज
आवाज क्यों दे रहा है ये?
Rest.
उस पे जज है, वो क्लोज खेलेगा स्पाइक के.
So, do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk.
उनका कोई ऐसा ये नहीं है. यहाँ तक वॉक इन करो. फिर मैं फ्लैश
ऐसे ही 7 आ जा बॉल चाहिए तेरी।
हाँ और क्या नाम है, देखो तेरा फ्लैश साइड के अंदर करो।
आर्ट्स पे डीप फॉल करना, मैं फ्लैश और डगआउट दूंगा स्मोक।
साइट पे मेरे को नहीं लगता साइट, मैं यहाँ पे एक इनिशियली देता हूँ क्योंकि वो चेंबर टीपी मार के खेल रहा होगा।
मेरा है ना वहाँ पे फ्लैश।
ठीक है चल।
Your ultimate is not ready.
सुन नहीं रहा कॉलेज की।
Dropping smokes.
Launching forward. Away. Blow him up, Mosh.
Here.
Ball.
Sana.
फ्लैश दूंगा।
Yeah, it's like that.
One
This is
enemy
ready.
remaining. Flawless.
GG's.
A team like this can do anything.
Reloading.
He says their bullets tickle.
अल्ट है मेरा, कहाँ पे जाना चाहिए, पे या फिर
वापस एक बार हिट करता।
चलो।
Going C.
से जवाब ले ले, तेरा रेस भी है।
Now we
My
wait.
ultimate is almost ready. Going C. Oh shit!
आज
I lost
बॉल
my
करके
pick.
उससे पीछे खेल लेना, बॉल पे मत खेलना। वॉक इन करना चेक।
गन।
Flash placed.
My ultimate is
Saw
ready.
you!
Dropping smokes. Enemy spotted A.
They stopped her.
Got him.
Launching forward.
That spike, Wings.
Doors activated.
Eliminate.
Shot my wingman.
Spike down A.
Dizzy has targets.
Get rid of go.
गया।
प्लांट।
अरे आप सामने।
Spike planted.
वो आइडिया ही नहीं था।
Last player standing.
दोनों उधर है यार।
Your duty is not over.
Last player standing.
Enemy kill.
One enemy remaining.
स्मोक
स्मोक
करके
कर ले क्लोज करना ऑफ है, कॉल देने के बाद नहीं सुन रहा है ये बंदा।
मेन जा रहा था यार। यहाँ पे कैसे गया स्पाइक पर? स्पाइक तो यहाँ पे था ना, यहाँ पे।
What will it take this time?
उस
Have any patterns
प्लेयर
emerged?
उसके ऊपर से साइड से चले जाता था पीछे।
ऑफ होगी बीम पे, मिड पे खेलो।
यार वो गंदा लाइनअप हो गया हम दोनों का।
We go. Wall raised.
क्लोज। चेंबर था, टीपी आउट किया।
Who's next?
Sorry.
साउंड आ गया, चलो।
Dropping smoke.
Mosh pit.
इस साइड कार से
Watch inside.
Get him, wingman.
Last player standing.
Damn.
भाई आपका ही आपको स्टन कर दिया।
हाँ पता नहीं वो क्या
We got
वो
this.
क्लोन को स्टन कर रहा था, अब उसके व्यू में आ गया।
करना पड़ेगा यार।
भाई सेव करके साथ में रश करो ना,
यहाँ पे पुश करो, ये मिड को।
साथ में करो ना, स्प्लिट खेल रहे हैं।
सिंगल पुश करो मिड डोर से, मिड कनेक्टर।
ये सिंगल ले ले, छोड़ दे मार्शल।
सिंगल ले ले, सिंगल।
साथ आ जा।
You want to play? Let's play.
Spike down mid. Last player standing.
और बोला पर लो राव साहब इजी था कुछ नहीं करने की जरूरत
All right, lucky socks. Don't fail me now.
अल्ट है मेरे पे यहाँ तक पहुँचाओ अल्ट करके मिल जाएगा भाई
तेरा अल्ट करके प्लांट करके ना ये फ्लावर्स और सीक्रेट पुश करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि होल्ड करेंगे तो नहीं होगा वो लोग ऑफ करके मार देंगे
मैं पुश करूंगा मेरे पे अल्ट कर देना
My blind is dead.
तोड़ दिया
This is up. They shot her.
नाइस वन
Dropping smoke.
अरे भाई जेट ब्रो व्हाट द फक आर यू डूइंग देयर
कर अल्ट कर जल्दी कितना टाइम लेगा भाई कर ले अल्ट
Rip and tear.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
क्या भाई
Saw you, man.
तो मारो ना भाई डग आउट क्लो डग आउट वो नहीं वहीं है
Enemy spotted. A. One enemy remaining.
You had your fun.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Back like I never left.
That's the last of them.
भाई यहाँ कहाँ कर रहे थे थोन
Let them try to get
अरे गलती से कर गया भाई राउंड निकाला उसका कुछ है नहीं
Someone get this?
ठीक है भाई
Need a drop.
जेट ब्रो तू थोड़ा सोच समझ के मार ब्रो डैश यार
अरे आगे जोश हो गया था मैं
चल मेरा अल्ट है मैं अल्ट कर देता हूँ फॉलो अप करो अल्ट के साथ दो बंदे
Can someone get this? Keep up.
Can someone buy me, please?
Going C. Going C.
Flash placed.
Dizzy's up top.
इसका स्मोक का उल्ट
जाने दो जाने दो कोई जल्दी नहीं है साउंड कट ऑफ कर दो प्लीज
ठीक है जेट बॉक्सेस में यहाँ पर चढ़ के बैठे ठीक हाँ नीचे आया वो
कोई शूट मत करो आराम से बैठो
मैं पीछे जाने का साउंड दे रहा हूँ
जस्ट होल्ड अभी नहीं जाएंगे थोड़ा और होल्ड करो
I need going C.
ओके 50 में स्मोक करूंगा
Going C.
ये भी जाने दो
ये वाला निकाल
ठीक है
फ्लैश नहीं है मेरे पे तो मैं अल्ट करूंगा तुरंत
Going C.
तूने फ्लैश
I need healing.
रिव्यू नहीं किया यहाँ से
नहीं ठीक है सामने आता उसका
मेरे पास चल व्हाट
अरे ब्रो भाई
Launching sword. Thorns are live.
आर्ट्स क्लियर
Plant the spike. 30 seconds left.
Blow him up, Mosh.
मेना यूरो को मार
Spike planted.
उसका क्लोन दिख रहा है भाई कौन मारा उसको
स्लो मार दे ब्रो वहाँ पे यार ये बंदा
One enemy remaining.
ओपी है
They were not good enough.
चेक भाई दिख रहा था वो उसका क्लोन है करके
If you must fall, then fall near me.
Need a drop.
क्लो को बाद
Could have a drop.
ओके भाई कोई नहीं
लाइट शील्ड लेकर
चलेगा
Now we wait.
Going C.
पेज आपका अल्ट
All right, muckers. My ultimate is ready. Go. Get out of my way.
Blinding crack. Flashing.
Dropping smokes.
Mosh pit.
Lock the sight.
Someone's there. Plant the spike, Wings.
आजा रेस कर दे
Reloading.
Rip and tear.
Spike digging. Thanks, little man.
Thorns are live.
There's my buddy.
अरे वो मिड से
That's a kill.
One enemy remaining.
डग आउट शॉटगन है डग आउट
लो लेट पे फिर ना मेरे को खेलना था
80 मारा है मैंने दोनों पीक लेके बैठो ना, उस पे शॉटगन ही है।
ना ना मेरे को
नाइस।
शॉटगन लेके आ रहा था तेरे को।
Match point.
Oh look, they're desperate.
बाय है मेरे पे।
ये वाला मिड टू बी करते ना गाइस, साथ में चलो ना सब के सब। ब्रो तू ये वॉल कर देना मिड कनेक्टर से, या फिर थोड़ा आगे जाके ये पूरा वॉल कर देना ऐसे।
मिड वॉल मेन पे फिर दिक्कत आएगा।
मेन पे तो हम खेल लेंगे ना फ्लैशेस वैसेस करके। ठीक है जैसे करना हो।
मैं यहाँ स्मोक कर दूंगा। हाँ थोड़ा कनेक्टर में स्मोक कर।
कोऑर्डिनेशन रखना।
आगे जाओ थोड़ा।
यार ये बंदा हर बार मिड फाइट हारता है।
No peeking.
Your duty is up. Dizzy's down.
Reloading.
आ सकते हो
सो है
आ जाओ। प्लांट मेरे को मैन्युअली देना पड़ेगा, मेरे पे है नहीं वो।
Thorns are alive. Launching thorns. One enemy remaining.
Nice one, yaar.
Attackers win.
Bring me the arsenal.
ऑन पॉइंट एम चल रहा था इसमें। What the fuck, MVP नहीं मिला।
Match found.
Do this.
ठीक ही है, चलो। लोटस आया क्या? ओके। इनिशिएटर खेलना पड़ेगा क्या?
लेना है, खेलना है, मैं खेलूंगा।
वो सही है मेरे हिसाब से। अच्छा ये चेंबर ले रहा है क्या इसलिए?
अरे भाई पहले बोल देता चेंबर में ले लेता।
तो एक काम करना, ये भी खेल सकता है। डबल ड्यूली आई डोंट थिंक सो नेसेसरी है। लेना है क्या?
क्या लेना है?
उसकी जगह कुछ और लेना, कुछ भी कंट्रोलर टाइप।
या आप एक काम करो, मैं ब्रीच लेता हूँ, आप रेज लो।
रेज लो क्या? ठीक है चल। डबल मेरे को फिर भी पता नहीं ऑकवर्ड लग रहा है।
डबल चलेगा। ब्रीच रेज इस मैप में है, नेसेसरी है।
चल लेता है फिर।
Yes, I'm pumped.
और इस पे बस वही है, सैचल्स का प्रैक्टिस चला गया मेरा बहुत टाइम से। पहले बहुत रेस खेलता था, सबसे ज़्यादा आवर्स मेरे रेस ही में थे।
मैच देखते हैं क्या चल रहा है। उसमें आप जीत गई शायद, जनजी।
Let me get this right. We're Earth's only defense and we still pay for our own weapons.
Reloading.
Need a drop.
13-11। अच्छा कम बैक कर रहे थे।
13-11 मतलब तो 7-1 था ना, तो बताया लास्ट।
Need a drop.
सही है। सामने बहुत अनोइंग एजेंट है आईसो। अबे हमारे पास अच्छा ये जेट की जगह रेना ले लिया भाई। मेरे हिसाब से पहला तो बी करना चाहिए था। एक टीपी होते हुए कैसे
Reloading. No peeking.
कुछ नहीं करना ना, जरूरी नहीं।
Spike. I have the spike.
बी चलो डोर्स
There.
भाई तुम नाइफ कर
Spike down A.
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
लो भाई डोर तोड़ के वापस क्यों जा रहा है भाई बाहर?
Reina, the offer stands. Take
क्या
whatever
बंदे
life
हैं
you
बे?
need from me. She deserves it. Don't let their ISO separate us. Reloading.
Gun here.
क्या
Retired.
बंदा है बे साला?
Dropping smoke.
ये सही नहीं है.
Last player
कहाँ
standing.
कहाँ जा रहा है भाई? कहाँ जा रहा है?
अरे भाई बंदे सही नहीं है कि ये मैच. उसको आवाज आ रही है कि वो आ रहा है, वॉक इन कर रहा है, ठीक है. यहाँ तक आया तो भी वो स्मोक पुश कर रहा है. ऐसा नहीं कि होल्ड कर ले कि स्मोक में से बाहर आएगा तो मारूंगा. थ्रोवर्स आए हैं.
Need a drop. Let's flush them out.
Reloading.
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 Reloading. Trevor.
Reloading.
Reloading. Heal. Heal.
Reloading.
Blinding.
Dropping smoke.
Clearing out.
बे यार.
One enemy remaining.
Planted.
Kill everyone, and our job gets a whole lot easier.
Time for them to kneel.
कौन है ना सब पे?
ए भाई
I'm here to stay.
Concussing.
डेडलॉक का वॉल है उधर.
Amateur. Spike drop.
अरे यार सीधा हेड मार दिया भाड़ा.
My territory! My crew! I have them now!
Last player standing. Spike down A.
नहीं लेना था, चेंबर बोल देता, मैं ले लेता. बैकस्टैप भी नहीं लगा रहा है बंदा. 3 राउंड हो गया, मैं बैकस्टैप मार रहा हूँ.
Viewers don't get a reset button. So stay alive, please.
मैं भैंसो तीनों के तीनों बार उस चूतिया से मरा हूँ. ब्रिमस्टोन से.
डेडलॉक
शॉट कर दिया.
भाई इसको चेंबर खेलना नहीं आता भाई. ये मैच में लिटरली इतना अच्छा एजेंट है.
पता है वो तो सब यार, क्या करे.
क्लोज हो गया शॉट मगर के साथ.
पहले पिक कर राइट पे. बॉक्स होल्ड कर रहा हूँ मैं. बॉक्स चेक कर.
पीछे सी.
हाय यार क्या चूक.
Last player standing.
Dropping smokes.
क्या बंदा है बे वो कीर.
क्या बोलूं, क्या टाइमिंग पे पिक किया उसको, जैसे पता ही था.
Spike planted.
हर बार क्रॉस ये
One
ऐसे एंगल्स पे
downside to
नीड
being
और
immortal.
बहुत करना पड़ेगा बे.
I can't play dead.
चलने या मेरे पे अल्ट आ जाएगा एक जगह और जाना तो. कहाँ जाना है?
Need a drop.
ये पे ही चलता है.
Need a drop.
और ले लेता हूँ मैं.
Need a drop. Grab a drop.
We set the tempo, not them.
साथ चलेगी ना.
Raise lower.
Reloading.
अभी आ. दो.
Bomb buddy out.
Reloading. Flash out.
Grenade!
B. Blasting.
There.
Kill. Prepare for hellfire.
One enemy remaining.
Right there.
ये इधर ये पे.
Spike planted.
मेरे को खेलना मैं लो हूँ इसके.
Grenade!
Reloading.
सेप में टैप पे मैं फ्लैश करूँगा.
पीछे से ही खेल रहा हूँ उसको टैप देने दे.
ये तेरे पीछे से भी आ सकता है देख के.
यूटिलिटी से खेलूँगा मैं.
अरे
Last player standing.
Concussing.
टैप नहीं किया उसने आराम से. नहीं कर पाएगा.
क्या पीछे चले नहीं.
नाइस.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
सी चल देता है.
Need a drop.
चेंबर होल्ड करता है बस सी पे. यहाँ पे उसका ट्रैप लगा रहता है. ज़्यादा
यहाँ पर
भाई आजा. स्मोक कहाँ करेगा अकेला वहाँ पे.
Blinding. Careful there.
एक मिनट.
पुश मत करना. वो ब्रिम बैठा रहता है. शॉटगन ले.
Dropping smoke. Bomb buddy out. Here comes the party. Settle out.
रिप्सन वाटर पर पुश मत करना. ओके भाई.
Back like I never left. Spike planted.
You lose.
Reloading.
There they are.
Grenade!
They will cover. One enemy remaining.
Come back with a bigger gun.
They think they're better than us.
डैड लोग ने खुद को ही कर लिया था वो. अभी ये कहाँ था. इसको 79 पड़ा ब्रिमस्टोन को. यहाँ पे बैठा था क्या.
वाटरफॉल
साला.
उसका क्लोज आया था. मैं बोला था अपना स्मोक पुश मत करना. लो भाई फिर भी पुश किया.
मैं पहले ही बोला हूँ डीप जाना ही मत.
ड्रॉप देना.
I need a drop.
Come on then.
Let me satchel भी नहीं करने देना मेरे को भाई.
No.
You want to play? Let's play.
पागल टाइप का.
It's you and me.
गया.
Dropping smoke.
Nice.
बी नहीं जाएंगे उधर एक कमिट करना है
एक अंदर
My ult is ready.
अरे यार 120 पे
140 है रेस भाई क्या इसको
डेडलॉक 120 टैग्ड है
देखकर
Enemy A.
Last player standing.
यार भाई डेडलॉक बहुत गया
अरे अपने स्लो से
भगवान कहाँ कैसे होल्ड करके बैठते हैं
They think they're so
लेना यहाँ जाने के अच्छा ट्री क्लियर कर लेता भाई अरे भैया नेट आपको टॉप में हुआ है तो आप साइड चले जाते ट्री क्लियर कर लेते
ब्रोकन बाय है मेरा गांडू पूछना था
सी डेडलॉक और एक ब्रिम भी
आवाज आया
ठीक है ब्रिम
हाँ ना इधर पुश
right there.
ट्रिप आजा डेडलॉक भी सी सकता है
Plant the spike.
या लेफ्ट साइड या लेफ्ट
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
We ran right over them.
अरे गन लेने दो मेरे को
Stay alive. I want their life, not yours.
Can I get a drop?
बहुत टाइम से अल्टे मेरे पे
Spike dropped.
भी पुश हुए शायद
Gun here.
भी पुश
I
हुए
have the spike. Spike
I have
drop.
the spike.
हाँ बी डोर खोलो सी नहीं है बी डोर खोलो
Reloading. Trevor.
Nice cover.
Reloading.
Here.
Grenade!
Reloading. Planted.
वो चूतियों को पुश मत करो बहुत सारी दो बंदे सी के बाद
Bomb buddy out.
Flash out. I win again.
अरे 40 टैग है
Enemy
Base
spotted.
40 tag.
Blinding.
ऊपर गया वो
One enemy remaining.
Nice.
Reloading.
कौन था ये
वहाँ पे किल लेके इधर आ गया कब से बोला ना
I'll do
सी
my
के बाद
job.
दो बंदे
You do
सी
yours.
के बाद दो
Need a drop. Need a drop.
Can I get a drop?
एक मिनट मेरा
Keep your eye on target.
There.
गुड स्टॉक हो गया शायद
I dropped the spike.
अरे कुछ भी
मेरा कीबोर्ड स्टक हो गया पता
Last player standing.
भाई कैसे यहाँ पर
Flawless.
क्या हो गया बे
भाई तेरे पे टीपी होते हुए भी तू कैसे मर रहा है बे
Last round in the half.
Spend what you got.
व्हाट मेरा कीबोर्ड
Need a
काम
drop.
कर रहा है बट हाँ अब ठीक हुआ
Need a drop.
I can play for you. I
हो गया।
Need a drop.
पता नहीं कोई एक की स्टक हो गया था, क्या हो गया था।
Can I get a drop? I need to blow something up.
They will cover. Prepare for hellfire.
कितने बार
चेंबर भाई
Out of charges.
मत छोड़ना, वो करने को कोई मतलब नहीं है। सी चल लो, सी चल लो।
आजा आजा अल्ट मेरे पे।
Spike down. C.
Spike's here.
यार
I got the spike.
Last player standing.
वाह
My rules.
मैं वही
Switching
सोचा
sides.
कहाँ से बोले आप।
They don't have a single life worth.
बहुत राउंड थ्रो हुए हैं बे हम लोगों के, दिमाग खराब हो गया। नहीं है भाई, नहीं है।
लो मिड ना, आजा नेट करते हैं यहाँ पर ए पे।
चेंबर सी खेल ले ब्रो टीपी के साथ।
नेट होल्ड कर रहे क्या बात के लिए?
पता नहीं।
मैं
Let's make them dance.
करना है।
दे रहा हूँ मैं।
Grenade.
अरे 104 डेडलॉक।
सी जा रहा मैं। एक एयर गन।
Go get him.
सी एंटर्ड।
Enemy spotted. C. बाहर गया फिर से। ए जा रही है। ये देख ले, ये देख ले।
यहाँ पे
आ गए, साइट आ गए।
सारे उठे थे मेरे पे।
प्लांट दे रहे तभी पुश करो।
Adieu.
One enemy remaining.
बढ़िया।
Spike down A.
Spike is A.
नहीं आएगा। पिक करोगे, पिक करोगे।
लो है, लो है।
Flash out.
30 seconds left.
Reloading. Takes more than that. Reloading.
Nice.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine.
नहीं भाई,
Need a drop. Could I have a drop?
ये आ जा रहे ना।
Enemy C.
Grenade! Bomb buddy out. Satchel out. Too slow.
बढ़िया।
लॉल।
इधर ही है मेरे पास। आइस और क्रीम दोनों के दोनों इधर ही थे मिड पे।
One enemy remaining.
मेरे कोई कर दिया।
Enemy spotted A.
Flawless.
How did they sink this within?
None of my stuff has malfunctioned yet. Can we celebrate that?
कहाँ लग रहा है, कहाँ पुश आएगा?
Let's start this party.
ए पे आ सकता है, ए आ जाओ, बी छोड़ दो रीटेक के लिए, या सी देख लो चेम्बर के साथ।
Back up. Enemy spotted A.
क्या चूतिया बंदा है।
हाँ सी एंटर हो गया।
Spike planted.
ना अभी पुश मत कर यार चेम्बर।
Reloading.
भाई
Reloading. That's not ready.
Enemy spotted.
Blinding.
Last player standing.
The symphony of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Need a drop.
Could I have a drop? Roll for initiative.
मैं थोड़ा ना यहाँ से आगे पुश कर रहा हूँ।
ए
हाँ दो बंदे हैं।
अरे यार
साइड है ना, मेरे साइड के
Fire in the hole.
भाई इसके सामने।
Last player standing.
भगवान क्या बंदा है।
अरे चेम्बर है।
Spike planted. Flawless.
छोड़ो ना, बी छोड़ दो, क्लोव पे रहने दो उसको।
We doing this or what?
अपने एक काम कर रहे हैं ना, तू और मैं ए मेन कंट्रोल ले लेते पूरा का पूरा।
मुश्किल है क्योंकि ये ना वॉल कर रहा है और वल्नरेबल कर रहा है। आइसो
ऐसा है क्या?
हाँ अपन होल्ड करते हैं ना।
ठीक है चल।
तेरे ना सी खेले और क्लोव को भी खेलने दे। ट्रैप पे खेलना ना, मत पुश कर क्लोव। ये पे
पीछे से फिर
Bomb buddy. Grenade.
Enemy spotted A. Flash out.
My territory, my room. I have them now.
Reload. Spike down A.
अबे भाई।
Last player standing. Spike planted.
भाई ये
My
क्लोव
city needs me. I can't be away for
इतना
long.
टाइम लगा है क्लोव को सिर्फ बी से यहाँ ए में आने तक।
वो छोड़, वो आने के बाद भी इधर देखा तूने उसको?
देखा देखा देखा।
Need a drop. Got drop.
चलो पुश करते हैं थोड़ा यार, हो गया।
Push them back. They're stepping on us.
मैं ये कर रहा हूँ।
दे।
Grenade.
बी में अंदर बैठता है ये लोग।
ऐसा होल्ड लिया वहाँ पर।
It's you and me.
Satchel out. Satchel out.
Spike down.
जमीन फ्लैश कर रहा मैं आपके लिए।
Get him.
आप भी फ्लैश है? एक और फ्लैश।
One enemy remaining.
Flash out.
Okay, done. Paint? Check. Charges? Check. Brakes? Nowhere in sight.
सेम कर देना।
क्लब ए पे आना साथ में उनके डीके करना है ऊपर से।
या फिर एक काम कर सकता है क्या, तेरा आफ्टर शॉक दे देना स्टन की जगह, मैं अपना नेट बीचों बीच मारता हूँ। ठीक है दे दे
भाई करना यस।
Gun here.
रोड करना जा रहा हूँ।
चूतिया है भाई।
Prepare for hellfire!
Spike planted. इतना आवाज क्यों दे रहा है?
एक रुको।
Weak. Reloading. Concussing.
आजा सेव करते हैं, छोड़ो।
मूव करो।
You know, I could just outlive them.
Nah, bullets are quicker.
ये बहन जो अब यहाँ खेल रहे हैं तो वहाँ पे पुश किए जा रहे हैं।
Need a drop.
सुनना कुछ स्टन वन कर, बस साथ में फाइट ले सामने बैठ के।
Fire in the hole.
पीछे ऑफ करना पड़ता है।
No peeking.
Spike down. C.
Reloading.
पीछे गया।
Spike planted. Last player standing.
स्मोक के अंदर कैंप।
Snuffed out. Grenade. There. Satchel out. My
Match
ult is
point.
ready.
Look your enemy in the eye.
क्या भाई रेस भाई?
Helps with accuracy.
अब बहन जो मैं लॉस खेले ना, तुम लोग पूरा अटैक राउंड तूने और चिम्बा ने भाई जा जाके फर्स्ट पिक दिया है। रीटेक करने में भी अलग अलग जाके तुम पहले ही मर जा रहे हो। ऐसा नहीं कि डबल पिक कर ले भाई, रुक जाए, यूटिलिटी है।
Let's make some chaos. Grenade!
Trevor!
Here comes the party!
Let's go!
Out of charges.
Blinding!
साले का क्या टाइम पे आया कुत्ते का नेट।
I got enemies, eh?
अरे चीजें पुश करना भाई, चेंबर जब दिख रहा है सब यहाँ पर है तो पागल है क्या? इन्हें नहीं आता चूतिया को गेम।
One enemy remaining. Spike down. C.
Reloading.
Reloading. Spike spotted. C.
Flawless.
Reloading. Hell yeah! Next drink's on me!
They're going to scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
वापस से BSE पे ही जाएंगे। एक तेरा स्टन दे दे यहाँ पे बस इनिशियली, लगे कि भाई ये ना।
You want to play? Let's play.
Enemy
It's you and me.
कहाँ उठाया?
कोई नहीं गया, कोई नहीं गया.
Drop in a smoke.
Landing है.
Back like I never left.
Spike planted.
Bomb buddy out.
एक ऊपर ना स्टेज पे.
Grenade.
Last player standing. Attackers win.
प्लांटिंग का कॉल आया तो भी भाई फाइट ले रहा है पागल.
पागल जैसा खेलता है भाई इधर.
रेस खेलना भाई, क्या बंदे हैं.
चलो मैं तो जाता सोने, कल खेलते हैं.
ऑलराइट ब्रो.
ओके बाय गुड
बाय बाय. फकिंग डॉग शिट, चूतिया लोग. Alright, I guess I'm also gonna end it over here, because if I play more and if I get more shits like this, I'm gonna lose my cool. And if I lose my cool, I'm obviously not gonna have good matches.
9-3, but I didn't know about an A4.
Valorant. खत्म भी हो गया क्या मैच? No, right? 3-9. Fuck, bro. Genji. Seems they're gonna sweep out Paper X. Half time. Dun 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 dun. Hey hey yo. Give us a minute, guys, till this starts. Winner of this match goes to Masters playoff. Holy shit. SEN went to Masters playoff, right? Hell yeah.
Half here of this icebox. Dire straits at the moment for Paper Rex.
Absolutely. Taking a look at the Coinbase econ report, a zero. A donut for something.
Oh boy.
He has 9 kills. He's top fragging.
Spending all of his money every round.
For sure. But Munchkin, on the other hand, has that ace and really just accelerates and is in cruise control the rest of the time. He is dishing it out, as well as just calling brilliantly for the side of Gen G as usual. He has just had such a tremendous run these last couple years as a leader for Gen G. Just so well prepared, just has his opponent's tendencies so well understood, so well researched. And time again, it just feels like you're hitting your head against a brick wall trying to find openings in Gen G.
And if you were taking bets ahead of the event about which player would get the first ace of the tournament, Munchkin, I think, would be not that high on the list.
He's not in anybody's list.
You'd go for, maybe Charon, maybe Texture on this team, Zekin on Sentinels.
Sure. I can think of a lot of players that I would consider, and Munchkin isn't anywhere near my thought process.
He is looking very good here on the icebox. Gen G, though, quickly sliding forward in towards his A site, turn around the back to go ahead and try to alert them. Well, they realize that there's a flank coming through, but how many players? I don't think they're going to be able to read that until they hear the footsteps.
Oh boy.
Shock Dart going to be sent out. Pushing up out of the smoke. Foxy 9 able to find one. Get some collat damage as well in. Something in Jing. Both tagged to hell. Munchkin now outflanking the flankers. Looks for the second, gets it, and it's a flawless pistol here on Icebox in this tournament. Gen G have not dropped a single one.
It's just been perfection. They've just found the sauce. I mean, these sheriffs are just...
No, we got Paper X के भाई.
This is all just about them understanding. You know, last time, if you think back to the defensive
Paper X
Paper
lose
Rex, it was a three-man push
hard.
towards B garage with Jing TPing in, throwing a paranoia, them collapsing on the players, trying to get out of their heretics. So immediately, Gen G not receiving any resistance is just so ready for these flanks. And Foxy 9 finds an angle that they're just not anticipating. And why not? Why not, Munchkin? Sure.
We'll have to see that one back. There's 3 players over towards green, and Munchkin just...
Holy shit.
To kill off 2 of them now.
Gonna double down on the aces.
Why the hell not? Leg spotted. Damage across there onto Jing. Munchkin want to be able to try to find it. There's the 3K.
Paper X lost this match, bro.
I'm just flabbergasted with Gen G. I mean, I knew they're good. But this form that they're coming into this event with is unbelievable. I mean, they look like they're ready to win another Masters.
They're looking better than they did at Shanghai.
100%. 100%. This is the best I've ever seen this team in this iteration. Like, with this current roster.
ये गार्डियन की स्किन अच्छी है बे. प्राइम गार्डियन के बाद सिर्फ यही गार्डियन है जिसका लाइक शूटिंग इतना क्लीन है, clean.
Is that your birth year? You're old.
Something around that, yeah. I remember when cars first started coming out. You know, horses were going away.
Well, looks like they're going to try to die to the spike, or at least Devi will. Munchkin is lingering, so maybe making a 4-piece here. And now Fox will take it away. So there you go. It's another flawless, though. As Gen G just looking to...
बहुत गंदा हार रहे हैं लेकिन ये लोग. It's Pepper X. We're talking.
Okay. All right, Munchkin.
Unbelievable. Right as the smoke is looming, he gets a glimpse of Patman. And just absolutely disgusting.
Look at the state of the economy here. Half armors from damn near everybody on the side of Paper Rex. 3 full armors, 2 Bulldogs, 3 Guardians. Gen G can absolutely convert this. Paper Rex gonna have to dig deep.
Still have the audacity to push. Of course they're not fucking around, bro. Bhai, khatam. Texture is on another level right now.
Trying to lurk, and somehow something doesn't get that kill. 5 HP. He's still alive. He's looking for more. Forsaken will be able to say no. Here's one back, but player advantage there for Gen G.
Nah.
Now expounded upon.
Gaya na 12. 12-3, I mean. Unless they pull
Texture drop down the double face
up.
the kill.
Nope.
Patman now needing to clutch once more,
Gaya.
but Ash will not allow it. Bonus converted, match point found. Gen G are looking incredible.
It's just jaw-dropping. What do you do against this? I mean, they're just unbelievably skilled with so many different weapons. Doesn't matter what it is, like these one-tap guns, Sheriff's Guardians,
क्या पेला है बे, क्या पेला है.
Discipline is incredible. They take contact better than anybody we've seen so far here in Toronto. And I think it goes without saying now that this should absolutely be the last team picked out of Swiss. Because they are just destroying. Forget it.
Whoa.
Just spraying and praying, getting rewarded. The rich getting richer is something. And Devi destroyed off the rip. Jing with a nice shot is able to find Munchkin, takes down the IGL. Texture going to be out for blood, out for a little bit more. Second.
Nice.
Jing with a second kill. Looks for a little bit more. Now needing to clutch it, but he
At least they tried.
13-3, Gen G.
Boss भाई क्या मारा है, क्या मारा है. 13-3. पहला मैच क्लोज गया था, कमबैक आया था PRX का. Second tone ही किया है पूरा.
And they've looked better than good. It's near perfection from Gen G throughout this opening group stage of Swiss here at Masters Toronto. 2-0, 2-0. Don't drop a pistol the whole way.
खत्म.
This is a team that is looking to claim another trophy. This is a team that has come in here with a fire underneath them, and they have stolen away the thunder of Paper Rex.
They played 4 maps, haven't dropped any pistols, 8-0 in that regard, and have only dropped
Paprex gone.
rounds.
क्या पेला है?
This team
इसके बाद I guess lower bracket में जाता है ना ये?
And in this
well-earned
field,
victory in a very well-earned spot in the playoffs.
you think about this, the field they've gone up against.
I think so,
And
maybe.
they've just
Not
ran 'em
sure.
over.
Unbelievable scenes here from Gen G. Congratulations to them. We'll see them in the playoffs for Paper Rex, though. That road is not yet finished. Need to be able to close out another one to join the rest of those teams. But we're going to send it down to Gen, who stand at 5 for a Verizon post-match interview with Texture.
Thank you, everyone, and one more time for Gen G. I'm gonna steal Texture. Texture, see? Okay, come over here. Now, Texture, we see a lot of confidence from you and also from the way you play. What is the source of this confidence? 텍스처 선수 오늘 보니까 그냥 보법이 다르던데 이 자신감과 미친 폼의 원천은 무엇일까요?
저에 대한 믿음이라고 생각합니다.
Having that full faith in myself. And also, I think today was all about how you guys worked really well as a team, as a unit. And I think it has to do with how you kind of ease the transition of Foxy9 and also Ash into the team. Can you talk to us a little bit about that as well? 일단 오늘 팀워크가 굉장히 빛났고 어떻게 보면 페이퍼렉스를 물리칠 수 있었던 것도 이런 빈틈없는 팀워크 덕분인 것 같거든요. 폭시9 선수와 애쉬 선수가 굉장히 잘해주고 있는데 또 마태형으로서 어떤 식으로 이 두 선수를 도와주고 있는지도 들어보고 싶어요.
제가 게임 들어올 때마다 무대 올라올 때마다 해주는 말이 있는데 저는 일찍 집에 갈 생각 없거든요. 그래서 오늘 무조건 이긴다고 말을 하고 있고 그리고 제가
Holy
이렇게
shit.
해야 우리 애들도 따라서 할 수 있다고 생각을 하기 때문에 그래서 좀 더 자신감 있게 하려고 하는 편입니다.
Well, there's one thing that I always tell Foxy9 and Ash as we step into the venue and onto the stage, and that is, yo, I don't want to go home. I want to stay as long as I can in Masters Toronto. And I feel like that kind of mindset is what the two rookies really need, and that kind of mindset and the confidence that I show in myself kind of will be emulated by those two players and to the rest of the teammates as well. So, you know what, I try to really be confident and really put it out there, show it, just so that we can put out our best performance on stage as well. Now, lastly, Texture, for the first round of the playoffs, pick one team that you would like to face and one team that you would rather not face. 이제 플레이오프에 진출하게 됐잖아요. 1라운드에서 만나고 싶은 팀 하나 뽑아주시고 안 만나고 싶은 팀 하나 뽑아주시면 감사하겠습니다.
누가 있지? 솔직히 퍼시픽 그냥 RRQ
RRQ बोला ना बंदा और ट्विच का स्ट्रीम अटक गया नाइस
G2? 네.
Well, I don't want another regional matchup in the playoffs, so I would say RRQ, I would rather not face them. And for the team that I would like to face, I would pick G2. Thank you, Texture. Congratulations.
Unfortunately, Texture will not get a choice because it's the Seed 1 teams that get to pick, but I have a sneaky feeling after the Swiss stage, it might be like Master Shanghai all over again, where nobody wants to pick Gen G. They're going to have to get defaulted because, Christy, this is they're back on form. This is a championship-winning form team.
It is avoid Gen G at all costs. This team is completely dialed in right now. I mean, on an individual level, Texture obviously poking off. I think Foxy9 also had an incredible map. Munchkin too. They're coordinated. They're playing so well together. I'm really scared about this team.
I think Texture's performance, especially during this Switch stage, he's definitely put himself in the conversation of one of the best duelists at this tournament, and he is definitely a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, and again, like I said, some of those Seed 1 teams, I personally wouldn't choose Gen.G unless they want to have the hardest possible road they can. But after today, SEN and Gen.G have made playoffs, which means there's only 2 slots left, and that is going to come down to some of our teams here. And it's going to get really sad because Elimination Day is tomorrow. Yeah, my predictions have been garbage. So how are you guys feeling about these teams tomorrow? Who's your money on?
They're tough to call, I'm going to be honest. Team Heretics and Wolves, I think Wolves actually has a lot of potential as a team. They had a great showing, in my opinion, against Sentinels. Despite not winning a map, it was very close. And for the second map, Team Liquid versus MIBR.
This time Nat's not playing, right?
Playing, is MIBR going to bounce back? It could go either way.
Wolves or
yeah,
Heretics,
if you're looking at performance in this tournament, Wolves by far had the best
Heretics
showing, but I think Heretics and
basically
MIBR
gonna own them,
criminally underperformed relative to like what we know that they are capable of, and of course with Nats coming back. I think that's the hardest one to call for me, is that
Nats
first
coming
series,
back?
whether or not MIBR will bounce back.
Yeah, you said if Nats is going to be coming back. Mel, don't do that to me. I don't want to think about a world.
I just want to, I'm not going to believe it till I see him sitting up there. I don't want to jinx it. He's one of my favorite players. I really don't want to.
There was a clip of him rolling up to the hotel, getting out of the taxi like a VIP. He is in Toronto. I'm hoping he will be playing tomorrow. We'll find out, I guess, when we get the roster confirmation. But to me, that's going to make a world of difference. If he was here in the first round of Swiss stage, Mel, I would have backed Liquid to maybe even be playing today in the 1-0 bracket.
Yeah, considering how close their match was with Billy without Nat, I can only imagine having him back. You can even argue they might have a mini honeymoon phase, and even though he's on the team, going with the sub and coming back in, having that, revitalization of the team, who knows what could happen.
Yeah, it's such an easy sell, right? Your leader is back. You're going to be completely fine. And honestly, I think that just having the brains behind the operation back is going to be a good sign. We saw individually they were still playing really well. Kiko was looking really solid in that long series versus BLG, and now he's back. And you know what that means, Sue?
Cats!
Cats.
I'll
Have you always wanted to meow with, in
Yeah.
a big venue like this, hear the echo?
Do you know what? That is on top three of my list of
did it.
Everything that I wanted to do. Yeah, I'm in my golden era. But thank you very much, Ender and Mel, for joining me today. Congratulations to SEN and Gen.G for making it through. We're going to be back tomorrow with Elimination Day, starting with Team Heretics versus Wolves. Thank you for watching. Have a lovely evening, and we'll see you then.
Holy shit. Alright, boys. I guess this is it for today.
Both teams had a great start in their opening matches, but that was just a warm-up compared to the stakes today.
Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back tomorrow with more content probably. Let's see. I mean, भाई अभी तो बहुत खराब चल रहा है हमारा क्यू मैच मेकिंग भाई. इतने CHUTIYA लोग आ रहे हैं ना, उल्टा हो रहा है पता है. अगर तुम ऐसा डिसाइड करके बैठ रहो कि गाली नहीं देनी है तो तुम पे चढ़ रहे हैं, और गाली देते हैं तो भाई गधों की तरह, मतलब छोटी बच्ची हो क्या, उस वाले डायलॉग की तरह छोटी बच्ची बन के रोने लग जाता है. Seriously man, Mumbai server has the most uneducated people who are playing, hence this bad gaming experience. Totally sucks, bro. करके ना ये फ्लावर्स और सीक्रेट पुश करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि होल्ड तोड़ दिया. मैं पुश करूंगा
My blind is dead.
तोड़ दिया.
They shot her.
Reloading.
अरे भाई जेट ब्रो व्हाट द फक आर यू डूइंग ब्रो
यार अल्ट कर जल्दी कितना टाइम लेगा भाई कर ले अल्ट
Rip and tear.
Wingman's gonna plant spike.
क्या भाई
तो मारो ना भाई
That's the last of them.
ये वाला राउंड तो नहीं था जो क्लच मारा क्लिप नहीं किया क्या मैंने तेरा अरे भाई
निकाला उसका
fuck my ass bro
ये सीन
I didn't clip it babe किया था पता नहीं oh yeah I did it I did clip it
yeah bro
Blow him up, Mud. Saw you, little homie. Run, little man.
मैं ये स्मोक
30 seconds left.
No peeking.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
ये वाले में अच्छा निकाला था
See ya.
दोनों बार
One enemy remaining.
ऑफ ले लेना इधर ऑफ ले ले दोनों बार
One enemy remaining.
there we go
ऑफ ले लेना इधर ऑफ ले ले
just give me the green light just give me the green light ये वाला क्यों मैंने क्लिक किया
भाई
छोड़ दिया
मुझे ये वाले शॉट के लिए क्या
They shot her.
just give me the green light
Spike.
Monster on the. Oh yeah! Monster on the loose. My territory, my rules.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Cover going out.
ये वाला ही था ना that's a different one
No more meddling.
One enemy remaining. One enemy
it's not that great it's all right
Charges.
I know exactly where you are.
One enemy remaining.
Charges. My ultimate is ready.
alright thank you so much guys ज्वाइन करने के लिए लाइक करने के लिए एंड हमारी स्ट्रीम देखने के लिए कल फिर से लाइव करेंगे मोस्टली अराउंड इसी टाइम पे लाइव करेंगे आई गेस बाकी देखते हैं ठीक है चलो बाय